Okay, Edwards, which is apparently really long, by the way, so this should be fun. Before I get started, just thought I'd share really quick. My title finally showed up. My car title. Like, it's actually here. It's right here. It's on the desk. Holy crap. Of course, now I have to go endure the DMV, which is basically going to take a day. Because the local DMV is pretty bad. So, that sucks. What's actually worse is I don't really have regular access to my car because my sister's been using it to get to work. So, that is another hurdle that needs to be supplanted, or surpassed, or whatever. Thank you for the sub, Game Geek. Also, for those of you not aware, the electrician still hasn't showed up. Because, of course, they haven't. We were supposed to hear about it last Thursday. It is Tuesday, for those of you not paying attention. Halo SPV3, Tokyo Extreme Racer, and Pokemon Wilds? What the hell is Pokemon Wilds? No bad, Blade Evolve. No bad at all. Like, I don't remember Edward at all, but right now, I'm going to predict we do the Meteor Creator site, which we've already done, as a reminder. And we're going to do the Antlion Nest. And I don't know what else. Hang on a sec. Hang on. So, the new game coming out next year, yep, which is called Winds and Waves. For future reference, there's no wilds that I'm aware of, which is why you were throwing me. I'm like, what the heck is wilds? Okay, so I'll put that towards Pokemon Waves. Got it. Okay, cool. We're found. We're cool. Hi, King Venomoy. Oh, Jesus, Valeria, I would not mind. Can we just get this done? I haven't been able to do dishes because we don't have a garbage disposal. And I know what you're thinking. Why do you need a garbage disposal? Because food waste isn't properly going down the hole. It's just getting regurgitated back out. So I can't realistically do the dishes. So it's just been very slowly piling up. Occasionally someone who is not me, because I've flat out said I'm not doing this, will put stuff in the dishwasher, which... I don't know if you know this, if you put fully crusted dishes in the dishwasher, it just, like, hardens the crust stuff that's on it, which is why you do, like, a rinse load before you put stuff in the dishwasher. So... Anyways, I have also been informed, just while we're here, that there's a non-zero chance I might be having to take another week off in a non-dark scenario. The void scenario, whatever we're calling those. Sometime in mid to late June. Anyways, Edward's tale. Aided by his neighbors, Edward has nursed the kingdom of Damcyan back to health. One night, he witnesses a meteor strike from within his castle's windows. After a Baron emissary orders Edward not to touch the grass site, the king travels to Cecil's domain with his secretary, Harley, in search of an explanation. I'm actually not going to share this time, Blade 12. It might involve a plane trip, then that's all I'm going to tell you. I have urgent business to discuss with the king. Is His Highness present? If you would lower your voice, sir. The king is currently occupied with matters of utmost importance. There's no time for that. There are serious financial matters that must be addressed at once. We were ordered not to let anyone through, sir. If you would kindly return at a later time. This is an insult. I have come to conduct official business. What seems to be the matter? Two, I think, Darkrai. Wood. Harley, could you help me talk some sense into these people? What's the problem? Our ledgers have yet again fallen into the red this month. Damcyan is facing a severe financial crisis. Allow me to consult with the king personally about this. But His Highness explicitly requested no visitors. Not even me. Well then, thank you very much for intervening on my behalf, Harley. Not at all. It's actually funny, President Clamp, because I've been going through the exact opposite arc. The sprites have been growing on me. These are effectively FF9 sprites, and I happen to like FF9 sprites, so... There's also some surprisingly good design to them, especially the new ones. Like her. I believe I left specific words for Noelle collars. Even your own royal secretary, Your Highness. Is this an urgent matter? Doubtful, my lord. I trust it is the Chancellor worrying himself over trivial matters yet again. This is about our support pledge, I suppose. I thought I'd left you in charge of that matter. I fear we can no longer keep it under wraps, Your Highness. Perhaps some reconsideration is in order. There's no reconsidering to be done. The recovery of Damcyan was only made possible by our neighbors in Mist and Fabul. Certainly, my lord, but to extend ourselves now to Eblan as well. That's why I was counting on you to take care of it for me. Only you have the talent for this post. It's a great honor to hear such compliments, Your Highness. The affair is in your hands. Yes, Your Highness. I mean, yeah, the game is still dull, regardless. Like I said, again, I'm not trying to be contrarian, President Clamp. It's just, I do think it's funny, because I really have been going through the exact opposite arc. When we first fired it up, I was just like, ugh. But a lot of the new sprites have slowly been growing on me. Like I said, it's FF9, right? Like, have you ever actually looked at the FF9 sprites without all the PS1 low resolution? If I may, my lord, yes. I believe there are times when the head of a kingdom must act with a firm, calculated hand. True enough. Now, that being said, good sprite work would trump this 10 times out of 10. Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy VI, Secret of Mana, Trials of Mana, Symphony of the Night, Final Fantasy Tactics. You know, you think of the truly great sprite games, that they destroy this. Head of a kingdom. And yet neither Damcyan nor I would be here now if it were not for their voyage to the moon. So, loose prediction. Do you think Damcyans will be one of the good ones or the bad ones? Because every single one of these has basically been good or bad. Actually, yeah, I think you're right, Blade Duval, because Theodore doesn't look good at all. Like, I was making fun of his appearance. By contrast, I think Harley and Edward here actually have legitimately good sprites, and I really like what they do with Porum and Palom. Visually, I mean. A falling star? Yes, it appears to have landed in the vicinity of Fabul. Ah, so last night's earthquake. Indeed, the shockwave from the impact, no doubt. Have you considered that it might be related to that second moon? Yes, I have! And the horrors of the past have returned! Calm yourself, Chancellor. It's too early to make such conclusions. Don't worry, we don't have a crystal. Wait, do we have... Oh, shoot, we have a crystal! Run! We have a giant target on our back. I think a full investigation of this object is in order, Your Highness. I would like to inform Baron about this first. Cecil's viewpoint would be very helpful to us right now. I will summon a messenger immediately. Yeah, the storyboarding in the first chapter was legitimately bad. Like Theodore's chapter. just actively, what? Kind of storyboarding. Your Highness, if I may presume to ask, please allow me to handle the investigation. Are you sure, Harley? Don't you have a lot on your plate right now? I believe I have the requisite knowledge and experience for the position, my lord. It will be dangerous. Then allow me to bring several members of your guard. Oh no, Guard A and Guard B! I will join you. But, Highness, who will guide our kingdom should something happen in your absence? Still. Please, my lord, you have nothing to worry about. I'm secretly evil. Because I'm technically the Chancellor. My lord. Has Harley returned? Not yet, I'm afraid. Is there any word from the messenger we sent to Baron? Unfortunately, there is not, Your Highness. Too much time has passed. Something has happened. We could deploy a search party upon daybreak, my lord. A wise idea. We'll wait till sunrise. Yes, Your Highness. I take my leave, then. Your Highness? I suppose you did not get a great deal of sleep last night, either. Please try to get some rest. It's okay, I've got Zequel. Anna, Tella. Oh, hey. Yeah, Edward's like, no, my toe! My toe got stabbed. So hang on, I haven't actually played FF4 Pixel Remaster other than the footage I got for the thing I just did. So, does that have good visuals? Let's see. So I think that's under, it's under PC or Wii, I can never remember. Let's see here, F. There it is. Final Fantasy IV Pixel Remaster. Let's look at some sprites here. Oh god, they're hideous! Well, they are a lot better than the PSP version. I like the new animations. They're a little bit more, like they have more width, I think is the word I want to use. Like they can stretch further than just, because back in the FF4 they had a very limited space where every sprite had to fit within. So when they push forward, they go like this. And the Pixel Remaster, they can actually extend their hand, for example. I'd say these are solid. I've seen worse. I admit, of all of the many things I like about the Pixel Remaster, the visuals aren't one of them. The sprites, very specifically. Because, yeah, they're all... I called this when it was first announced, if you remember. I did a whole graphical analysis. And it's very clear that the sprite styling, they flattened it. They used one style for all the sprites from 1 to 6. And the style they chose was 5s. Like, if you remember, we did a side-by-side, and the 5 sprites are so minutely different that you have to zoom in some cases, to even be able to tell. So in some cases, I think they look noticeably worse, FF6. And in some cases, they are noticeably improved, like 1 or 2 or 3. 4 is kind of an edge case. No pun intended. I admit, for all the many things I love about FF5, I'm not a huge fan of the sprite work. Which is a shame, because an absolutely onerous amount of work went into the sprites. It could be... so. I shouldn't say it could be. We know from behind-the-scenes information at this point that FF5 was one of the most difficult and time-consuming affairs to make all the sprites, because they had to do a sprite for 5 characters for 20 jobs? I forget how many there are, right? Just it just this gargantuan chunk of jobs, and every single job had to have every single combat sprite. And so the woman who was doing the majority of that, the bulk of that work, was just working herself to the bone, constantly coming up with new outfits and new visuals. And you'll notice they all look distinct, too. A white mage Ferris looks nothing like a white mage Krile, to use a specific example. So I have to give credit for it when we review it, because it's a lot of work and it does good visual distinction, and it's very stylized and blah, blah, blah. Also pretty much invented the look of several of the jobs, which we still carry to this very day, like Blue Mage, for example. Anyways, why am I here? Hannah. Edward, I know it's been 17 years. Why must you look so sad? Hannah. And yeah, even something as basic as like Dragoon or Knight or whatever uh, has distinct visuals to it based on the person. What I'm trying to say is that I give a lot of credit to 5, even though I don't personally like the visuals that much. I'm the same way with the music. FF5, a lot of people are like, oh man, the music in FF5 is so great. I think it's one of the weakest of the soundtracks. Like, actually, from 4 to 12, I would say 5's is only matched by... I'm going to say 10-2s in terms of having a relatively weak soundtrack. And notice that I don't say bad. That's not the word I'm using here. It's just there's a lot of strength and impact and fantasticness to most of the FF soundtracks. 5's is mostly just kind of there. There are some really good songs in 5, of course, just like there are some good songs in 10 too. But that's why I call it just weak. What am I doing? So does FF5 do anything best in the series? Boss design. The only FF that comes even close to 5's in terms of boss design is 7's. I would also say that just general encounter design is another thing that FF5 is really good about, like the enemy design of the specific encounters you'll face, where, that kind of thing. Obviously, the job system is phenomenal. It is arguably best in 5. That gets debatable because they do some things worse than other job systems, but they do a lot of things better than other job systems. It's a whole thing. And yeah, there's a reason why 5 is the 4-job Fiesta game. 5 is just so perfectly suited for replay. Valerian is probably not listening to me because Valerian hates my very soul. But he mentioned something this morning. Why is there a porno mag? What? Valerian mentioned something this morning which actually stuck with me. Which was one of the things he likes about my review system is I go point by point. I don't just say gameplay bad. I say the placement of items in dungeons is bad. The walkthroughitis necessary in order to learn how to use the mentor system is bad, etc., etc. And one of the first things that popped into my mind about that was how many games are improved by knowing what you're doing, either via having someone help you, or having a walkthrough, or playing through it the second time, right? FF5, I think, absolutely falls into that category, because Final Fantasy V for a new player is... I still think it's a good game, and I know this because, actually, semi-recently, a friend of mine went through it for the very first time blind, and still, was able to figure out things and combo things and blah, blah, blah. But if you know what you're doing in FF5, you can really have fun with it, right? FF8 would also probably qualify for the same exact reason. FF8 is so much more fun the second time around because you know what you're doing now. I have mentioned before Breath of Fire 2, which is a good example of this, and I just mentioned Breath of Fire 3. Hell, Mr. Red's been playing Soten lately, Symphony of the Night. That's another good example of that. Soten has so little info in game and some walkthrough problems that it's so much more enjoyable when you actually know what you're doing and where to get the things that you want. Yeah, for having an entire tutorial sub-menu, FF8's tutorialization is pretty bad. Hey, Walker. My lord, are you still having trouble sleeping? If you'll excuse me, Your Majesty, it's time for the changing of the guard. Part of the problem is FF8 uses what is often considered objectively the worst form of tutorialization. I actually disagree with that. I think there's one form that's worse. But most people say that, like, blindly telling the player how to do something and then showing a non-interactive medium, as in basically like just watching a video, is one of the worst ways to learn something because you're not doing anything. You are not engaging in it to then learn it, right? So FF8 does tell you quite a few things. Tell you, emphasis, in a slow, sloggy tutorial that doesn't really convey it well because 8 also had some translation issues. Your Highness. Your Highness, do you realize what time it is? Where are you going about at this hour? I just thought I'd get some fresh air outside. Your Highness, we can hardly have the ruler of Damcyan strolling outside by himself. Please at least take the guards with you. And don't stray too far from the castle. I know. Sweet! I was right. We get Guard A, Guard B, and Guard C. It's actually Monk A, Monk B, and Monk C. They're just, you know... They're, Yeah, we're never going to have Guard D. Lost to us. Yeah, the absence of music choice is very strange. No, Edge is a ninja, Edward is a bard. And a completely different character besides. There's the, right here? Where's the way? Oh, in here? Nope. Listen to... Ah! There we go. Document should be up to date, yes. Yeah, by the way, Edge's given name, his birth name, is actually Edward. Which I always find funny. I don't think Edge and Edward ever actually met each other, so that's just a weird coincidence. He's also a king, although if we're being honest, most of the main characters are kings to some extent or another. Yeah, I know quite a few people who leveled in FF8 and then, you know, obviously regretted that. Because 8 heavily penalizes leveling. Save. So, the local DMV... So, okay, whenever you move to a new state, you need to title and tag your car. Not title and tag, sorry. Plate and tag. You need to plate and tag your car. So the plate is obvious. It tells you what state your car is registered in, but the tag shows that your registry is up to date. Make sense? It's just, it's a small little thing to make sure that you're still in the local registry. So, you know, if they find your car on the side of the road, they can check the VIN number and say, ah, this is, you know, Lore's car, right? The problem is the local DMV is really stupid. Because even though this is my car, and everyone agrees it's my car, and there's tons of evidence that it's my car, both physical and digital, the local DMV absolutely refused to process me unless I had the freaking title. So I had to reach out to another state, which is like, you know, 15 hours that way, in order to get the title, and I've been working on that since freaking February. And yeah, exactly, Walker. I was reaching the point where one of the solutions I was going to do was just to go ahead and refresh the registry in the previous state in order to just have a fresh tag over there, because I don't know what else to do at that point, because they were being so obstinate about everything. Anyways. A national? Pfft, that's ridiculous, von Falkenstein. Listen, you're just one of them commies. Okay, so same basic ability we had with Calca or Brina, I forget which. Jokes aside, state rights versus federal rights has pretty much always been an issue in the United States. Since its inception. Since we were the United Colonies. I mean, even our national identification stuff, which is the Social Security number, is something that's not... How do I put this? It's something that was essentially forced down people's throats by the IRS, of all people, in order to try and equivalent a group or an ID card. God, I can't even word this morning. I'm really tired. I apologize. You know, most countries in the world have a national identification thing, right? Something at the federal level. Your ID card. Canada has this, for God's sakes. We don't in the United States. You can get a passport, which counts as that. I actually do have a passport, but for the most part, you don't have that. Your driver's license is your state identification, and that varies from state to state, both the requirements for it and what it actually qualifies for. Yeah, I know, right, Valerian? I sure hope not, Trihexia. Pretty much, sorry, yeah, you get the general idea. Like, for those of you in the EU, the equivalent of what I've had to go through with my car is as if I moved from, I don't know, Portugal to Germany, right? Which is funny, because I think I actually moved farther than that, but let's not get into that. Anyways, for those of you not... I'm not trying to give an opinion, I'm not trying to get politics. It's just interesting and almost funny that so many people were so opposed to the idea of a national identification thing that Social Security, which is very unsafe, by the way, it's one of the most unsafe methods of identification that exists in the country, is what we use in order to identify ourselves, because it was forced down our throats by the IRS so that we'd have something. Yeah, it's pretty dumb. The more you know about SSNs, the more you know it's just a really, really dumb thing. You can do a lot of damage to someone by just basically guessing what your SSN is. Yeah, banks use SSNs constantly. It's one of their primary methods of keeping track of who you are. Is Edward... Yeah, Edward is level 8, or he was level 8. What the crap, dude? Alright, let's put this iron armor on Edward. I think he can... Yeah, that's what I thought. We'll put it on guard A. I think he's the best guard, personally. All in favor? Let's gear up guard A. Yeah, not every state has the same rules and regulations when it comes to cars. So, for example, some states have, oh god, it's been a while. I think California has it. It's about smog. It's about your, how much pollution you're putting out in your car. Emissions, that's it, thank you. Emissions testing. You can tell it's been a minute for me. But not every state does that. And not every state does it the same way. Ah, my lord. Thank goodness. Are you alright? Yes, sir. I apologize for worrying you. Our investigation has encountered numerous snags. Where is Harley? Where's my one true love? Straight ahead, my lord. Look, Edward, look, I'm just saying, she's nice, she's smart, she's pretty, she likes you, you like her. It's been 17 years. It's okay. No judgment. I mean, yeah, Trihexia. But, yeah, Mook is correct as well. Yeah, I was actually talking... Someone was recently asking me about how HOAs work. Housing Owners Associations, for those who are not aware. I don't even know if you have HOAs in other countries, legitimately. We have HOAs here because of racism and slavery. That's not a joke. Most HOAs have been around for so long that they were the HOAs that were founded when we still had slavery, or when we were, you know, pretty racist. And so they were founded as a result of that. And they're still around, obviously. And plenty of HOAs aren't racist, but that's where the concept came from. And so now we have HOAs, which can bypass municipal laws at certain points, which is exactly as horrifying as it sounds. One second, I'm pulling up this thing. Why is it so slow? There we go. So I'll put this towards Fire Emblem 4, Trails of Crossbell, and FF7R2. Thank you very, very much, Diligent Dodo. Always appreciate you. Thank you. Yes, actually, Matt Overlord. Again, not every HOA is terrible. I have never encountered one that isn't personally, but I know people who live places where HOAs are fine. And they just keep track of things like funding the local pool and, you know, keeping the trash taken care of. Stuff like that. And then there's the bad HOAs. I think I was telling Reggie, actually, some of the stories of the HOA we used to have in the state we used to be in, and it was a thing. I'll go ahead and repeat my favorite story because it was the stupidest interaction we ever had with them. So we used to have trash and recycling pickup separately, right? So we would break down the boxes we had, you know, just shipping boxes, and, you know, cut them up and then put them into the bin so that they would be taken away. So we had taken all the boxes out into the driveway in order to then break them down and put them into the bin. Somehow in the roughly 1 hour, maybe, that those boxes were out in the driveway, one of the assholes in a little buggy had come by, taken a picture, and decided to try and fine us for leaving trash in the driveway. Now, this is stupid on several levels. My personal favorite is the fact that because they have to do a little printout, and the printout has the picture on it that says, this is the thing that you're going to be fined for, fix it immediately or we're going to fine you this amount of money. So they come by, dude comes by and hands this note to us saying, you got to get rid of the trash in the driveway. He hands this to us standing in the driveway, which has no trash in it. Because we'd already broken down the boxes and put them in the bin. Like, the luck involved in this jackass coming by at just the perfect time to somehow magically catch us when the boxes were actually out and not already put away is kind of gobsmacking. Oh, hello. Your Highness, what brings you here, my lord? I was getting a tad antsy sitting around waiting for you. It's too dangerous for you here, sir. Oh, I'm quite all right. If you can survive this, I certainly can. Is Harley up ahead? Yes, my lord. She ignored our pleas and proceeded further. Okay. And when I say the buggy, you know what I'm talking. It's like the golf cart, right? They drive around the neighborhood on a little golf cart taking pictures of violations. Because, of course they do. What else do they have going on in their pathetic and meaningless lives? And while that sounds like an insult, I actually mean it sincerely. That is the problem. I've said this before. These people need to discover video games. I'm not joking. Because they're bored. I mean, don't mistake me. There are some assholes, and there are some, tiny-dicked people, and there's some people who just like to be petty and evil. But by and large, most of the problem I've encountered in HOAs is people who have nothing else going on in their lives. So this is what they do. They go around and they bother people. That's their activity. That's their Tuesday. I am pretty in favor of gun control as a whole. I also think guns are a terrible invention, and I wish they'd never been invented, but that's neither here nor there. We're a little bit past that point. Okay, exactly, my Overlord. They're either bored, or they're power jackasses. What could this substance possibly be composed of? It's as if the Earth itself is putrefied. It's like the third time they've mentioned that. I hope that's going to be a plot point at some point, because I don't remember that being relevant. Let's find out. At least it's a different dungeon than the last time we were here. I was honestly expecting this to be the exact same dungeon Yang went through. Of all of the dumb things the HOA we used to have did, two bothered me the most. Two things. One, they would not allow you to have a garden in the front lawn. Or side lawn, for that matter. And when I say a garden, I mean like fruits and vegetables, right? The specific reasoning given was, and this is not a joke, only poor people grow their own food. Which is not only wrong, it's really stupid. Whoever says that has never had homegrown insert vegetable or fruit here. I'm just saying. And I have had homegrown insert thing here. You ever had homegrown tomatoes? Those are amazing. Those destroy grocery store tomatoes. How about grapefruit? For the longest time when I was a kid, I didn't know how grapefruit really tasted until I had homegrown tomato or homegrown grapefruit. And yeah, potatoes? Whew, hell yeah. Zucchini? Strawberries? Blueberries. I can keep going. What am I doing? I was doing something specific. Oh, yeah. My great-grandfather, I think I've mentioned this before, actually owned a farm. And I learned a decent amount about picking and tending a farm on his farm. Hard work. Really hard work. But it was really satisfying, if that makes any sense. Probably because, you go out, you work, and then you reap benefit from work, which is not true with most jobs. Yeah, exactly, Metaverlord. Real tomatoes are amazing. Straight from the bed. Oof. Oh, pomegranates. When we lived in Escondido, if you know where that is, this is California, Southern California, we actually had the extreme fortune of having like 3 pomegranate trees in our yard in the place we moved into. And let me tell you, oh, that was amazeballs. We used to, obviously we used to just eat them, but we'd also make jam out of them, and we'd process them into juice, because it's, oh, God. Oh. I used to go around the neighborhood giving away jars of just pomegranate produce, because we had multiple trees of them, and once they bloom, we're not going to get through all that before it goes bad. So the logic was pretty simple. Let's give it away. Your Highness, I told you coming here would be dangerous. I deeply apologize for worrying you, my lord. Fruit that starts with a Q? I can't think of a fruit that starts with a Q. You might be thinking of kumquat, which starts with a K. This is no ordinary meteor we're dealing with. It certainly seems that way. Something beyond our comprehension has landed here. This is our only conclusion I can make. The moon. Something must be going on up there. Why did you come here, Your Highness? I wanted to see the crash site with my own eyes. We'd best return to Damcyan, Harley. This should be enough investigating for now. But, my lord... The messenger from Baron should be back by now. Let us return to the castle. Yes, Your Highness. Oh, moon shift. That's okay. So let's see what she has, shall we? Someday. Any day now. Okay. Piercing Sight and Gill Toss. Oh, that's funny. I don't know what that did. What did Piercing Sight do? Anyone in chat, what does Piercing Sight do? Which of these guards could take down Monk B? I think Guard A could manage it. Oh yeah, by the way, homegrown carrots. I've loved carrots since I can remember. But homegrown carrots, oof. Oof. Remove magic effects and set a weak point. Holy crap. Oh yeah, homegrown basil. I actually got a shoot of basil back at my old place, which I was in the process of growing up. Because, oh... You get my point. Actually, let's just stop talking about this, because... first of all, I love growing stuff in general. Right? I'd be right at home in the Shire. I remember, Mr. Ed. I remember. It's gone. It's dead. I love growing stuff, and I love the results. I love putting work in and then seeing a result from that work. If that sounds strange, please consider how many jobs in the world involve you putting work in and not seeing any results from that work. Oh god, Planktroll, you're right. Come here, Gilbert. Wah! If she Umaros Edward, I'm just saying. So as you can see, Valerian has joined the party. Because Guard B is stoned. I don't have any softs on me. So, a friend of mine, who I haven't talked to in many years at this, but Charlie, I might have mentioned him a few times. Um, yeah, I'm going to keep having him sing and hope that there's an S in us sing. Anyways, he used to work on a ranch back home. I don't know, let's just pray here. He used to work on a ranch, and he has told me many things about, getting and butchering your own pig. And a lot of what I talk about with regards to the sheer quantity and quality of meat you can get when you get it directly from, someone who's doing the butchering is from him. Okay, I now have 2 stoned guards. This is not a good thing. I may have to start running. I have witnessed a pig being stuck. Yes, my Kamano. It's actually quite horrific. Dude, eggs are such a miracle food, it's kind of scary. If they provided whatever protein or iron or whatever I need, I would live off of eggs. Let's just run. Let's just run. So, eggs are relatively cheap to produce. I don't mean like in terms of money. I mean in terms of resources and time, right? You can produce a huge amount of eggs from relatively little effort and relatively low investment. Eggs also... No, you do not, Bleachfall. It's just randomly selecting my song, which is weird. Anyways, words. So eggs are easy to come by, relatively speaking, and thus they tend to be relatively cheap. They also are very good in protein, and they tend to have a nice amount of various other things that most people need. And so, yeah, if you have a coop with just 2 chickens, congratulations, you're good. If you want to feed your whole family, up it to 4. Perhaps they're bringing back our messenger. And then the Red Wings bomb Damcyan again. We must hurry. The sight of the airship discomforts me. Yeah, no, where did I live when that was true? I think that was Colorado. Yeah, it was up in, I can't remember the name of the town. Northern Colorado. I used to live there. And we, in the area where I was, there was a neighbor who had a coop, who had chickens, and they were just so overflowing with eggs that every now and again they'd come by with a tray. Here you go. For free, of course. Same thing I was doing with the pomegranate. You just have more than you could use, right? That's not. I'd be down, Czar. That sounds like a decent idea. I mean, orcs with guns are cool and all, but... Fair enough. Okay, I'm sorry. I know most of you aren't actually watching the stream right now. No offense. Do me a favor, look at the stream and look at the text on the screen right now. This is the first straight-up translation error I've caught. Baron Hour. Emissary awaits within Damcyan Castle. Notice Hour is capitalized. Baron Hour. Emissary awaits within Damcyan Castle. And yeah, the reason why the O is capitalized is because it's supposed to be at the beginning of the sentence. Our Baron Emissary awaits within Damcyan Castle is what this is supposed to read as. Actually, yeah, there's a reason why so many ramen recipes involve adding egg to it. Usually just a whole egg. Alright, what's your name? Our. Your Highness, an emissary from Baron has arrived. Is his name Our? The biggest problem with ramen is the salt. They have a lot of sodium. He requested a tour of the castle while he was awaiting your return, my lord. A tour? Yes, my lord. Why now of all times? Has he been to the crystal chamber? Not yet, my lord. Good. Right this way, sir. His Majesty has returned. It's Bagan! On behalf of my kingdom, I welcome you to Damcyan. I come here with a message from the Kingdom of Baron. There's no need for such ceremony, my friend. I trust King Cecil is faring well. Yes, your Majesty. And what of Queen Rosa? Theodore must be a grown man by now, come to think of it. I'm afraid I did not travel here to chat, your Highness. My apologies. Let's return to the matter of King Cecil's message. Yes, your Majesty. His Majesty requests that the matter of the meteor be handled exclusively by Baron. Why is that? I was not provided any further information. I see. The message is delivered. I shall be on my way. One moment, if you could. Yes, your Highness. In circumstances like these, King Cecil would have personally paid a visit. It's the kind of person he is and always has been. To go back to your comment about the camera angles being bad, Blade of All, notice this camera angle. Like, they wanted to have... I can tell you exactly what happened here, because I can see it as I'm looking at it. They wanted to have the Emissary and Edward in the same shot. But if they tilt the camera further up, they'll go above the wall. Because you notice the camera is right at the tip of the wall up there in the northern, at the top edge of the screen. And so what we have as a result is a bad angle, because Edward is partially cut off. We can only barely see his eyes. Haley's entire head is completely cut off because of the angle. The Chancellor is also partially cut off. And of course, naturally, as usual, the walls, which are actually at a slant, just look weird. Yeah, but Edward's brain is just... I continue to notice how much the camera sucks in this specific version of the game. It's kind of weird. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? What they were going for makes sense, they just failed at it. And I know what you're thinking, what would you do? Honestly, I would have zoomed the camera out further up. So, picture the scene, right? Here's your set, right? Here's the back wall, here's the staircase, and here's the emissary. They put the camera like right here, facing at a pretty slanted angle. I would have tilted it down more and then pulled it further up, like this. So you're looking down at the Edward and then down at the emissary, like this. Oh god, that could be Blade 12. Because I've noticed they haven't done a lot of long shots in general in the whole game. I trust Cecil has due motivation for his decision. I don't. Perhaps I ought to pay him a visit. You mean to see him personally? Yes. You must bring guards, at the very least. No, I do not want to involve the military with such haste. My lord, I cannot in good conscience allow you to travel to Baron completely unescorted. Very well, I will leave the specifics up to you. Gods. God A, God B, God C. Why are you all made of stone? Ugh, have some softs. Jeez Louise. Oh, that's funny. Oh, you got... I'm gonna give that a negative. I'm gonna give that a negative. I'm gonna do it. You can't stop me. You can't stop me! If Anna were still alive, I'm sure your heir would certainly have been born by now, my lord. Yeah, by the way, we're childless as a king. So let's, okay. There we go. Let's get... Why are golden needles 400 gold? Yeah, let me be more clear. He has no heir. He has no one next in line. I know, Maze. It's just... It's always weirded me out that of all of the healing items, golden needles are just way too expensive. Or softs, if you want to call them that. Oh, his cousin's off bowling. It's fine. I don't know. It's been a thing in the FF series for a really long time now. So I don't actually know why. Oh, Jesus. I just noticed the price. 3,000 gold to make her have a slightly better whip. Okay. Oh my god, Linareth. You're amazing. Well, this is where we part ways. No, my lord, I am going with you. I'm afraid I cannot permit that. I'm your secretary, my lord. If you're going to have a diplomatic meeting with the King of Bern, it is my duty to be present. But I'm certain I'll prove useful, your highness. Yes, let's send the king and the person actually running the country on a mission to a hostile power. Yes, I know they don't know it's hostile, but they clearly suspect it. My lord? Obtained Damsian flowers. A small gift for Cecil. Could be, Darkrai. Or it could be because stone is such an incredibly overpowered ability. Like, it's one of the worst status effects in the franchise. So maybe it's just supposed to be more, more punishing to recover from. I don't know. I don't know what the logic is. It's just, it's always been a thing. So anyways, I said I was going to give it a negative, and by God am I a man of my word. You see, in FF4, we went through the waterway to get to Damsian, because that was the path, but it was overrun by monsters and covered by Octomammoth. The reason we had to do that is because we didn't have access to the hovercraft, which obviously Damsian had. Now we're at the north end. We're at Damsian, and now we have to go south. Where's the hovercraft? No, of course there's no hovercraft. We have to go through the freaking underground dungeon, which, by the way, is the second time in this game that we're having to go back through this stupid dungeon. Because I don't know why. I mean, you know why, I know why. It's because padding. Like, I want you to really picture this being the regular road. The road that people use in order to get from Damsian to Kaipo. Remember, Kaipo is a part of Damsian. Like, we think the Hormuz Strait is bad. This is terrible. How could you, Reggie? You're the reason we have to go through this stupid dungeon. Oh my god, they're still stoned. Oh my god, they're still stoned. Hold up. Okay, that's my fault for not really noticing. So there's this concept, and you could say this is my fault, but there's this concept in most FFs, and most RPGs in general. And it's when certain plot critical moments happen, behind the scenes, the game does like a full heal, restore, reset of your status, right? It's very common. In fact, it's so common, it didn't even occur to me it wouldn't be doing that here. Cutscene healing. Speedruns tend to live and breathe on cutscene healing by knowing that the upcoming cutscene is going to fully heal the whole party, so they don't bother to heal before they get there. Stuff like that, right? So now physical damage is reduced. I'm really debating sleeping again to get rid of physical damage being reduced, because that would be bad when my only damage dealing is physical damage. Yeah, let's just move that forward another day. We're really tired, you guys. And yes, this was a one-way trip. I'm looking forward to seeing how we go up the waterfall in a minute. Dude, if I lived in a country that actually had, proper healthcare system, I would have gone to a doctor to get myself checked out on the off chance I have some kind of chronic fatigue issues, because, yeah, I'm tired all the time. It's possible it's just because of my difficulty sleeping, which might be the root cause there. We can work on that. It's possible that it's just the fact that I'm tired because I work a lot, and I just have to pull back on work. I don't know. Well, part of the problem, too, is I don't know what it is, which makes it difficult for me to breathe under certain circumstances. So I had to go get surgery for a severely deviated septum in my nose, right? Now, that was helpful, and I have felt a lot better ever since I got that surgery. But as a result of that surgery, we discovered that there's something else wrong preventing me from breathing further back down the throat. And we don't know what, because I'm not made of money. Just getting the nose surgery basically bankrupted me. Yeah, it could be vitamin deficiency, it could be iron in my blood. My mother does have anemia. It could be oxygen, it could be apnea, I don't know. Like I said, I live in the United States. If I lived in Kazakhstan, literally, I would have better health care. Literally. Also true, Moot. Yeah, no one covers my insurance. Oh, hey, we got Feast of the Land. Woo! Should try that out. I actually don't know what the government of Kazakhstan is. I know they have better healthcare. They also have really bad corruption in the government. And I don't mean like the generic word, I mean like the literal legal definition of what corruption means. Azerbaijan is, if that's the place I'm thinking of, Valerian, if you're here, check me on this, is like one of the most horrifically horrible places to visit on the planet Earth. It is a place you do not go to if you can avoid it. Yeah, no, that sounds about right, Darkrai. There's actually a term. I can't remember what it's called. It's basically international healthcare. What that means is that some people who have money, but not a lot of money, will actually travel to another country to stay for an extended period of time, like a week or two. And while they're there, oh, I have an issue. I need to go see the doctor. And they'll go see the doctor basically for free because that country has healthcare. Is it health tourism? You know what I'm talking about, right? It's a thing people do. My own aunt has done this several times, which is funny because she is rolling in money. Yeah, health tourism, medical tourism, something like that. I have considered it. Just get a once-over. It's why, I know this is the realm of fantasy at this point, but it's why I wish we had, like, the Doctor in real life from Star Trek. Just get a tricorder and tell me what's wrong with me. You know? Just everything. Just the list. Give me the full list. Give me the breakdown. Yes, Lunarith. Unironically and unjokingly, yes. This is new. Yeah, give me the bad news, the good news, and what we're going to do about it. These are the things I care about. I have Three Stooges syndrome. No! I wouldn't even be surprised. Like, if you told me that, legitimately, I'd just be like, yeah. Yeah. It's probably worth picking up. Sorry, I was just looking at the treasure list here. Let's go grab this. True, Reggie. Oh, dude. I'm pretty pro-union at this point in my life. When I was a kid, I was essentially told to be anti-union by my grandfather, who was a union rep for an oil company. I could keep going, but Mafia, we're walking. How long did I believe him? Not very long. One of the weird benefits of my mother basically not wanting to deal with her child was the fact that if I wanted to learn something, I wouldn't ask her, I would just go look it up. I'd find a book, I'd hit the library and be like, hey, I want a book on, this. Sure, it's in this aisle. Thanks. So, I think I became pro-union right about... Oh, God, I would have been like 8 or so. Unless you're crooked. Woohoo! Lisa needs braces. I have extremely good audio memory. Like, I'll remember sounds and songs ridiculously well. And so, I could picture, or I guess hear, episodes like that I haven't watched in 20 years perfectly. That's not a brag, it's kind of weird sometimes. It's even worse when I can hear like a song in my head and I don't know where the song's from. And I'm like, Dude, I know. Where did I hear that song from? I don't even know where to begin starting to figure out where that song came from. I like how pathetic these guards are. They're doing so little damage. We're attack boosted. Oh yeah, Simpsons had great audio gags back in the day. I don't know if they still do. I haven't watched them in a long time, but... Speaking of which, I should probably equip my sword. I had, and I'm going to say this way in particular, I had the misfortune of watching a recent episode of Simpsons recently. And let me tell you, I hated it. And I want to stress that I don't mean like it was bad. I mean, it angered me to the point where I was just livid at the fact that that was an actual episode of Simpsons. I'll go ahead and tell you the specific scene. I don't know the episode. I just know the scene. And I shut the damn thing off. So, Flanders, right? Flanders was talking to Marge about, you know, the death of his wife and how he still has issues with that to this very day. And at one point, he was talking about how one of the old habits he had fallen into was he would text her phone regularly just to tell her about his day. Obviously, her phone didn't exist because she was dead. It was just a thing he did. It was a nice, sweet little moment until it turns out that someone had finally been sold the phone. And there was just this moment where just for a second he thought maybe it was her until he realized, oh, right, obviously someone else had gotten the phone. Anyways, the person who had been told the phone was Nelson, who mocked and belittled him for being sad about the death of his wife. In a way that wasn't even remotely funny. It was just being mean-spirited. Yeah. Yeah, Papa, can you hear me? Give me a break, right? Yeah, Nelson has had to deal with his dad being missing. For, you know, his life. So, yeah, in addition to just being generally mean-spirited, it was also out of character. Whatever. It's faster, Traxia. I only crash out, Darkrai. I never crash. Unless I'm playing Horizon Zero Dawn. Heyo. By the way, did you hear that Sony's gonna no longer be, like, exclusive on the PC? I think about, like, the 2, maybe even 3 games we're not gonna get because of that. Okay, real talk. So, for those who don't know, this is a real story. Sony has said that their big single-player titles are no longer gonna be on the PC. They're never gonna get ported. So, Sony exclusive. Okay, enjoy your walled garden. All Sony stuff is vetoed from now on. Cool, moving on. And that was pretty much my thoughts on that. It was like, okay, and... I don't even own a PS5 at this point. But the thing that amused me most... Yeah, I'm right. Look, I can't select my Bard song. I just wanted to do it manually, just to double check. Anyways. So, I saw a PC Gamer do a thing about that, which was basically the joke I just borrowed. Which was... If Sony goes exclusive, PC will now be missing up to 4 games as a result of this decision. And it was a snarky article, and that's fine. Someone in the comments section got a laugh out of me because they said, first of all, cuss. And then they said, How dare you and your out-of-date, obsolete platform dare to speak ill of the future of gaming? Let me tell you all of the great, amazing games you'll be missing out on. They then listed 4 games. The 4 games bit was the funniest bit, but the thing that really caught me was the obsolete platform. I actually think it was a bot. There's certain patterns of, like, typing and word choice and sentence structure that just feel like a bot to me. I can't say it with certainty, because obviously bots are built off of how real people type, but you get the idea. So let's see. The list was, but I can remember this. It was Astrobot, which, oh no. Ghost of Yotei, Wolverine. I don't remember the other one. Well, no, I think the other one was just future Marvel games. Which, yeah. Yeah, I don't care about those. Whatever it was, I don't remember. I mean, don't mistake me, Astrobot is apparently pretty decent. I don't care about Wolverine. I have no interest in Ghost of Yotei. And, well, yeah, they raised the price to $1,000 freaking dollars. Of course PS5 sales have tanked. Do they have any idea what they're doing? I mean, I know exactly what they're doing. I've even told you exactly what they're doing. They're trying to become a Rolex company. They want their prestige of being the expensive console. Rolex is a watch company. They are nice watches, it's worth noting. But they are expensive watches, and that's the point. Is it because of tariffs? No. So the Switch 2 is going up in price because Japan's currently going through an economic downswing. Ironically, they are also not raising their price because of tariffs. There we go. There are some companies that have been adamantly trying to raise prices because of tariffs, which, let me tell you, that's doing some, that quote unquote is doing some work. But yeah, no, exactly. Sorry, getting back to the Codex thing, or the Rolex thing, excuse me. Yeah, exactly, Lord Hermon. Words. A Rolex is a nice watch. Let's be clear about that. It's a good, solid, comfortable watch, which is going to last you for the rest of your life. Like, you take care of that thing, you'll be able to hand that Rolex down to your child when you die, right? But that's not why you get a Rolex. You get a Rolex because it's a Rolex, because it's a status symbol. It is quite expensive, and people will see that and be like, aha, yeah, there's someone. And that's exactly what Sony's going for. This is not the first, nor the second, or the third time they've tried this exact stratagem. They have wanted the PlayStation to be that for a while. What's the matter? No, I know, Mook. It's very strange. Nothing. Nothing at all, my lord. Your color does not look so well. I'm just a bit tired, that's all. Yeah, it's almost like the road between two major ports is a waterway. We're just sloshing around through the water. Last time it made sense we were going through here. This was like a last-ditch back route we were using in order to get to Damcyan on the sly. Oh, that sucks, Darkrai. I'm sorry. It's my fault, I'm sure. Like, seriously, I'm sorry, this is just the world builder in me screaming. How is this the major trade road between Dempsey and Kaipo? They've actually mentioned before that this path, there's strong economic ties between Damcyan and Kaipo. And that it was mentioned, one of the NPCs earlier mentioned how Damcyan has become the trade hub of the world. How is this your trade road? So that's a good question, Blue Dragon EXE. I actually own Star Fox Guard. However, playing it would be kind of a pain. Like, getting it to streamable status would be a pain. And I'm honestly not sure anybody cares. So, I'm leaning towards no. At the moment, I'm not even sure that Star Fox 64-3 will be in the list. That's kind of in the air right now. We'll see. Oh god, you know, all I remember about that, Loke, is asking you to clarify what you were talking about. And I don't remember what your response to that was. Now there's a thought, PB Good Fate. Maybe they've been relying on Baron's air fleet to transit cargo. Some FF games have actually used that to good effect. 12 did that, for example. Where the old roads exist, but... I to put it. Okay. So I hadn't heard about an FPS StarCraft. I believe you. I just hadn't heard anything about that. So what's the Warcraft thing you mentioned? Oh, okay. It's... Well, knowing Blizzard, they're going to keep really tight-lipped on it until BlizzCon, since there is a BlizzCon planned this year. Well, yeah, I don't think Loke is talking about Ghost. See you around, Walker. Most of Ghost was baked back into StarCraft 2. To good effect, actually. I'm one of those weirdos who really liked her little campaign and wished they'd done more of those. Now, I'm going to pause for a moment to see if anybody in chat repeats the false quote about StarCraft Ghosts. Or StarCraft, Nova Missions, whatever it was called. Oh god, what was the name of that stupid mission pack? I can't remember. Covert Ops! Thank you, Zachtev. Covert Ops. So... How many of you have heard of Pirate Software, aka Thor? I imagine more of you have now because he hit the drama scene a few months back. Because of the dumbest possible reason. Do I care about those? Yeah. So, he hit my radar quite a long time ago, well before the internet ever was aware of him. And I'm not saying that to, like, flex, it's just... It was kind of a weird thing, because he hit my radar as an ex-StarCraft dev. And then he said something in one of his random streams he did, which struck me, because I was like, that's not true that I'm aware of. So I decided to do some digging in order to figure out if I was wrong or if he was wrong. This actually took a decent amount of digging, but it turns out he was wrong. He was just lying about something. I didn't know he was lying at the time. But it was my very first interaction with the man. And I was just like, huh. And so from then on, it just kind of kept going, for lack of a better way to put it. Like, I just kept running into issues with him just kind of lying through his teeth about random factoids about Blizzard. It was really weird. And then finally, like months and months and months and months later, I made an offhanded comment about him on stream. Someone heard that and was like, wait, I hadn't heard anything about this. And it kind of turned into a thing where someone asked me to show receipts for why I was so negative about it, which I did, because I can do that. Then the WoW drama hit, And the internet became aware of the fact that he was a scumbag. And I actually had a lot of people reach out to me and be like, dude, how did you know? And I'm like, it's just luck, really? But let me get back to the quote. Because way towards the beginning, it was actually Rax, look, although you might have as well, because several people reached out to me about this. But there is the quote, the thing that I kept mentioning was the quote that you remember that stupid sparkly horse in World of Warcraft? That they made more money off of that horse than they did selling covert ops in StarCraft 2. Or something like that. I actually forget the specifics of the quote. It was something that just struck me as like... And it became a very often repeated quote. And like I said, I did my due diligence on this, and the only source of that quote was him. No matter how you did it, no matter where you looked, no matter what site sourced what, it always came back to him and that one comment. Yeah, no, I could kind of believe it, but that was very strange. Well, Actiblizzard was a publicly traded company. So I decided to do some digging. It was a lie. I'm just going to summarize. It was a lie. The horse certainly sold well. Let's not diminish that. But not even close. No, the reason... See, part of the reason that lie was so believable is he started telling it right about the point at which they had basically pulled the plug on StarCraft 2. You remember that? They had released Covert Ops, and there was every intention to keep releasing stuff. And then they didn't. And so you take the fact that StarCraft 2 is dying, plus that lie, and those 2 points make sense when combined, right? There you go, believability. The actual reason that StarCraft 2 died is literally Bobby Kotick. Thanks for that. Thanks for continuing to ruin the things that I love in this world, you corpulent pus pile. Yeah, no, it was just coincidence, because this was back when Bobby Kotick was really squeezing the companies under him, especially Blizzard. And if you're paying attention, this is also when he was trying very, very hard to make a league racket, for lack of a better way to put it. He wanted to really push Overwatch and Heroes of the Storm and Hearthstone into being big esports scenes. And he wanted them to, he was going to charge way too much money for someone to start a club, right? Because he was trying to cater to millionaires and billionaires in order to try and have the prestige of having one of their own teams playing, Heroes of the Storm, whatever. That didn't work. He was, yeah. He was actually fighting the merger, look, you're correct. So that didn't work, which meant, well, I can't make tons of free money and make all of the money off these things, so everything I just mentioned kind of got deprioritized, is the word we're going to use there. Yes, exactly, Dakota. That's exactly what he wanted. He was charging the same kind of money you would see from, soccer teams, or, excuse me, football teams. It was ridiculous. And Bobby, so the reason I pointed so specifically to him, it's like I got nothing else to talk about right now. I have a term that I refer to as the money people. The reason I call it that is because who is in charge of a given company varies, right? Sometimes it's the CEO, sometimes it's the president, sometimes it's the CFO, sometimes it's the board, sometimes it's one person on the board, sometimes it's the biggest shareholder behind the board. It varies, that's my point. So rather than just try to say whoever's in charge, I just point to the money people. The money people are the people who make the decisions at a given company. Make sense? Bobby Kotick is somewhat unique in the fact that he was the money person behind Actiblizzard. He ran that place like a tyrant. And that's unusual, it's worth noting. It's very, very rare that one person has that sheer level of control over a company. But most people in the company had direct reporting lines to him. And most of those people were there because they were loyal to him. The cronies, I like to call them. And so he had a personal hand in a lot of things in Actiblizzard and was personally responsible for running a lot of things that I love in this world. So thanks for that. He's also a legitimately evil man, but that's neither here nor there. 1 second. I just noticed this is off, and I need to fix that. There. So, he and his cronies are the reason StarCraft 2 had the plug pulled. He is the reason Heroes of the Storm was put onto maintenance mode. He is the reason that Hearthstone has just been kind of zombieing out and turning into a poor man's MTG. He is the reason that Overwatch died and then was replaced by Overwatch 2, which is also currently dying. So that's cool. Do I have a silver? Woohoo! I have a silver tail now. I don't know what tails are good for. Oh, he is so much worse than Todd Howard. Todd Howard... I don't have the ire for Todd Howard that most people do. Because Todd's mostly... Yeah, that's true, Mace. Todd's mostly an idiot who may or may not believe his own hype. Bobby Kotick is an evil man. It's a gradient, right? There's all kinds of down you can go. Yeah, there's a lot worse than Todd Howard. You could be Peter Molyneux. That's worse than Todd Howard. Harley? Oh, no, I just realized what's about to happen. No. Yeah, she has sand fever. She has sand fever, and we're going to have to go to the Antlion's Den to get her a cure. What do you want to bet? I wonder I didn't remember this chapter. This is the most repeating the classics chapter we've had. We already had Porum's arc. Exactly, Luke. Oh God, we might literally just see the Antlion again. Yeah, same exact bed Rosa was in. Jesus Christ. Your Highness. Cecil. Desert fever, no doubt about it. Happens to people on long journeys all the time. First they get fatigued, then the fever hits the second they set foot on the sand. We must get a sand pearl. Oh, you know about those? I've only heard about them in my grandfather's old tales. If it's that common of affliction, and you only have one source of a cure, maybe find another one? Yeah, I've heard antlions only lay eggs during a full moon. I'll leave you right now to bring to my... When would you be able to watch her until then? Of course. But you better give up on the idea of leaving today. Get some rest first. We can't have you getting sick, too. Yeah, that's another thing. Maybe just have some cure on hand. That's valid, too. Remember, the antlion was actually a peaceful creature. That was a plot point, if you remember. It was there to help emphasize how the monsters of the world were slowly becoming more hostile and violent as a result of the influence of Zemus, right? That was a whole plot point in FF4. The antlion should have been a benevolent, peaceful creature, which means we can go harvest those sand rubies as much as we need to. And remember, the guy just talked about how common this affliction is. Good morning, Bregwood. Anatella, it's been quite a while, hasn't it? I swear to God, if I found a Sahagin right now. That actually sounds like a cool game idea. Like, imagine there's some, like, rare, valuable stuff, but you can only get it from Monster X or Mob Y, right? So most people just don't have it, but you're an adventurer, so you go and you procure that, and then you have a business out of selling sand rubies, right? Anna, why must you be so sad? Anna? I mean, those are both terrible, terrible places, Triaxia. What are you trying to tell me, Anna? Yeah, I was thinking of Ateliers, but also, Reciteer, or Racketeer, excuse me. Can't even tell that, you spoony bard. Tella. Anna wants you to live, Edward. What do you mean? I'm alive as I've ever been. Huh? Take a good hard look at yourself and then tell me whether that's really true. What? You know what to do. Tella. What could I be missing? Fever's getting worse. We need that sand pearl as soon as possible. I will get it no matter what it takes. Keep an eye on for me, please. It's okay. The game's going to teleport us up north, right? We don't have to go back through the waterway without our party, right? Right? This wouldn't have happened if I hadn't forced you to take me. Enough talk. You need to conserve our strength. Please, be careful. Yeah, Lion's Den is east of Damcyan. Please, please tell me I'm wrong. You traveled to the Antlion's Den, yes? Yes. Let us accompany you. No. I need you to stay here with Harley for absolutely no reason. She's perfectly safe and in the care of someone, so I need the armed guards to stay with her. No. No. There's no way. This is my own problem, one that I'll fix myself. You... Yeah, you know what? You're right. Surely we're just making room for the party members we're about to get. There's no way in hell they would make us do an entire dungeon with just Edward. There is no way. I'm in shock. I want you to understand that I'm sitting here waiting to be proven wrong. I'm just sitting here wondering at which point I'll be proven wrong. I'm in the dungeon now that we just went through. We're literally just backtracking through the same dungeon we just went through. Yeah, I was gonna say, there's ways they could have made this work. They could have changed the enemy formations. They could have just gotten rid of the enemies. They could have done a fade to black. But no, we have to go back through the same dungeon with 1/5 the party size. Okay. Hang on. Let's test something really quick. Wow, that is not a lot of damage. And they still hit me plenty hard. It said ignores formation on the harp. Good point, though. He should be in the back row. I'm not even sure why he was in the front row. Why would you ever put Edward in the front row, game? Like, I nearly died there. Because he was in the front row and I didn't notice. Okay. So cost is not a factor. Rent and cost of living are covered. Great internet exists. And the family will live nearby because I have a teleporter no matter what. So I can live in downtown LA or downtown New York City. I've actually never been to New York City. Let me start with that. I have been to LA and downtown LA several times in my life. My grandparents used to live in Pomona, if you know where that is. And I've been to LAX, which sucked. I think I'd still probably go with New York City, though. It's further north, so it's going to be colder. Yeah, it actually has a public transit network. And Mamdani's in charge there now, too, and he's been doing some good stuff. So, it's not much. Oh, also, I hate the traffic in LA. Like, I hate the traffic in LA. And, I don't know, there's nothing really there for me in LA. Other than smog. I don't know if New York City has the smog issue, but in LA, this is actually an old saying. This is not a joke. Is how would you know the air was there if you couldn't see it? How do you know you're breathing if you can't see the air you're breathing? When I used to fly in to visit my grandparents in Pomona, you could literally see the layer of brown as you were descending into Ontario. And you know my breathing issues. Really? Kissimmee. I didn't know that. Like I said, I've never actually been. Good, Ross. Yeah, I was gonna say, granted, I haven't been to LA since... Oh, gosh. The last time I visited them, it was right before they moved. To Vegas, of course. That would have been 2004? 2003 or 2004, something like that. The traffic's level. You want to hear my favorite LA joke? So, two people at the water cooler at work. Hey, did you hear about Bob? Oh, what's wrong with Bob? Well, his horn broke down. Oh my god, he couldn't honk at all? No! How did he even get to work? I always feel spoiled. Because, I mean, the worst drivers I've ever encountered were actually in Vegas. The actual worst drivers I've ever encountered. But, my god, they like to sit on the horn in LA. Like, you start to drown it out after a while, because it's just nonstop. Granted, this is all old. This is all old information. It is not normal. I'm probably one of those weird exceptions. A nomad, if you will. In that I have lived something like 30 plus places in my life. I'm probably going to move again at some point in the future. At least once. Possibly twice. I'm still mad about the house across the street. It was a decent price, too. That's probably why it sold so quickly. So, I thought about Alaska. Like, I legitimately was considering Alaska for a while there. Look, he's lost, Kasumi, okay? Alaska has a few issues, though. And the cold isn't one of them. I can live with cold. I used to live on the base of the Rockies. I'm fine. It's also weirdly expensive to live in Alaska. I know you mentioned that price isn't an issue, but it's a vegetarian sandworm. There you go. It's like a vegetarian vampire. I mean, the thing that made me not choose Alaska is price, to be quite frank. The price per square foot up there is pretty high, on average. I have visited Maui twice in my life because my grandparents are rich, and I remember enjoying both of those visits tremendously. I don't know what I would think of working there, or living there, excuse me. I guess I would also be working there, but you know what I mean. I don't know. I know that I wouldn't want to be in Honolulu, because apparently that is just not a pleasant place to live. But there's plenty of other islands there. Didn't actually mean to go in there. I can't believe this has all just been backtracking. This is wild. Okay, so Antlion Den. I've only ever been through Chicago. I've heard good things about Illinois in general. I have several friends who live in Illinois. One of my friends lives like an hour outside of Chicago. But I don't know about Chicago proper. Here I am, the Antlion's Den. Somewhere deep in this cave, the antlion should be laying its eggs when the moon is full. If only I had brought my frickin' guards with me. Sorry. So I mentioned I used to go through Chicago a lot. It's because a lot of my flights would get routed to Chicago. So I got really used to the side of the O'Hare, I think it is? The tower. The Sears Tower. Let's see how we do with physical damage. I don't know why I said the O'Hare. The O'Hare is the airport. Sears Tower is the tower. I'm tired. Leave me alone. Yeah, let's not even. Believe it or not, I've only been through Denver, even though I used to live in Colorado. I'm actually thinking now. Generally speaking, I don't like living in a city proper. So I'm not sure, like, if there was a city I would actually want to live in. Yeah, if given a choice. Hmm. I don't know. Like, Chicago and New York City are probably some of the least bad options there. So I could see that. Yeah, they really want... This is actually funny. They want me to do this dungeon with Edward solo. I have lived in San Diego, but I was too young to remember it. I mean, I remember a few things, but not to that extent. I've lived around San Diego. I have lived on the bay. Again, not in San Francisco proper. Right across the bay in Alameda. You do have spicy carrots down there, that's true. My sister used to live in San Diego. I could ask her about it. Oh god, what's that sandwich that you like? It's a sandwich which you coat and then bake, and then you serve it with hollandaise sauce. I cannot remember the name of the damn thing. Someone help me. I'm floundering. I'm floundering. I should probably save before I do this. It needs to be a full moon, right? Yeah. No, not Eggs Benedict. Oh, jeez. Hang on. This is... Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Hang on. They don't have it here. I hate it when I can't think of the name of something. Oh, absolutely, Ross. There's a reason we found only one good Mexican place around here. I'm actually pretty picky, too, but I used to live in Southern California for most of my formative years. So... what are you gonna do, right? Hang on, I'm gonna reverse. This is a thing, right? I'm reverse engineering this at this point. This is gonna happen. See, I've had this type of sandwich at several other places. But what I was getting at was there was this one local joint down in Carlsbad, which is near San Diego, for those who are not aware. And they had the best this type of sandwich I've ever seen. Oh my god, do they not offer it anymore? Oh my god, they don't offer it anymore. Oh my god. Okay, this is gonna bother me. Oh my god, this is just I'm gonna scream. I can't believe this. I'm gonna have to let this go, and I'm just gonna have to eat it. Because I cannot think of the name of the goddamn sandwich. And nobody in chat has any idea what I'm talking about. It's a sandwich. I'm so desperate, I'm just looking up sandwich types now. That's like wrapped in something and fried. This is the last thing I'm going to check right here. No, not a Reuben. Monte Cristo. It's a Monte Cristo. Jesus Christ. You reminded me of it because you're talking about French toast, Kasumi. Oh my god. Blade Taval is my savior. So anyways, I've had a lot of Monte Cristos in my life. Most of them are fine. I actually like a good Monte Cristo. Yeah, that's why I was saying they were fried, but it's the wrong word, right? They're wrapped in scrambled eggs. It's basically a French toast sandwich, which they then, like, cook the egg in the sandwich. Yeah, you know what, Blade Taval? Put $3 towards something. For that. Yeah, pan-fried and scrambled eggs, exactly. Anyways, there was this local joint down in Carlsbad which made those. And holy crap, they were good. Like, I swear they used more something that everyone else doesn't do. I'm not even sure if that restaurant even exists anymore. Pokemon Legends ZA, you got it. I'll jot that down right now. Yeah, that's why I kept stalling on the word fried, because fried isn't quite the right word for what those are. I love a good Monte Cristo. There's also another local joint, also down in Carlsbad. I've talked about this one endlessly because they were the place that had the spicy carrots. They had really good burritos. They made their own refried beans. Just out of, whatever. Just little bits of some kind of pepper in them. I don't know what the pepper was. It was green, which doesn't narrow it down. Soloing a dungeon push-ups. If you can believe it. And they had really good tortillas, which they also made themselves. But most importantly of all, as a side order, you could get a basket of spiced carrots, pickled spiced carrots. And when I say spiced carrots, they were big old chunks, like slices, right? So you just get this wafer of a big old sliced, pickled jalapeno carrot. And oh, I just used to devour those. That was one of my favorite foods to get whenever I was there. Okay, so there's several antlions. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. Hello. Yeah, we're full moon. Although. Oh, it was so good, Evo. Wow, we don't have to fight the antlions. Oh, dude. I hope it's good sushi. Because, like, grocery store sushi is so varied in quality, right? I'm actually really lucky. The grocery store around here has really good sushi. The downside is they only have, like, 3 types. But all 3 of them are good. Whenever I deal with the DMV crap, I'm getting myself some sushi that day because, damn it. I deserve it. For having spent... How many months has it been? Hang on. What month is this? May? It's been 3 months since I've been dealing with this DMV issue. 3 months. Yes, I am playing as a bard, and canonically the weakest character in FF4. Oh, nice, Bragwin. / jealous. Hi, Evo. It's always good to see you. Oh, you should at least try it, Ross. Just once. Just once. Bragwin, could you invite Linarith to Discord, please? Please, please. Please tell me I don't have to walk back through this stupid dungeon for, at this point, the 4th time! This, you're kidding, right? This is the video game equivalent of this could have been an email. Okay, cutscene. What's happening? My. This is a rare visitor, isn't it? You would expect a rich nobleman coming through here. Yeah, Edward, where's your frickin' guards? Sorry, gentlemen, I don't have anything you'd be interested in. You liar. What about that shiny thing in your hand? Must be worth a mound of gold in the marketplace. Wait, this is desert fever medicine. It would serve you no purpose. Ah, so it is something valuable. Valuable enough to give your life for it? Ah. Oh, great. I didn't do anything, he just jumped right in. That is not what happened. Also, he just fell into rocks, according to that shot. Story in this chapter is impeccable. Yeah, also, even Edward is not someone who should be threatened by freaking bandits. Waterfall must have sent me all the way here. Okay, so at least we don't have to walk through a 4th time. We have to walk through some of the dungeon a 4th time. But we only had to walk through the entire dungeon 3 times! So it's like 3.2 runs of this freaking dungeon. Yeah, sorry. Yes, 3.2 times so far. We still have opportunities. I can't even believe they actually did that. I'm actually gobsmacked that they did that. Come on. Here, have your stupid tail. Or ruby or pearl, whatever it is. Shine the light of the pearl. Yeah, they were always kind of vague about how exactly a ruby heals someone. My favorite joke answer to that is you take the ruby and just throw it at him. Boom! And it wakes him up. Thank goodness I made it in time. The former, but well. Ugh, my deepest apologies. This is all my fault. No, Harley, you did nothing wrong. I love you, Harley. Well, I don't blame him. Ah! Your Highness! Yeah, we're dead. I need a sand... No, don't do it, game! Don't do it! He's got sand fever. He needs a sand pearl to heal him. And now I have to take Harley and just Harley, no guards, go back through the waterway, go back through the Antlions den, get the pearl, go back through the den, go back through the waterway. I really hope that's not true. Please tell me that's not true. Luckily, this doesn't look like a case of desert fever to me. Thank God. Let's just say, this is just infinite loop now. I'll save you. I'll save you. I'll save you. I'll save you. Yeah, why did we get 2? Why did we get 50? My turn, is it? I apologize for worrying you. The guards are just there playing cards. You've gone halfway around the world for me, my lord. Why did you put yourself through this? Because, Harley, I love you. You just recovered from illness yourself, and here you are staying up all night by his side. What? You promised me you wouldn't tell him. Harley, you didn't have to do that. Of course I did. You brought me the sand pearl, and, it's my duty as your secretary. Oh, just kiss. Jesus Christ. Thank you, Harley. Just kiss. Do it. Do it. Okay, so now we get on the ship. This is when we encountered Yang, before Yang needed to go get the fuel from a palm tree. Yeah, oh my God, they were roommates! Hi, Materia Keeper. Yeah, they made a 3D version of this friggin' game. I'm starting to think I should have just played the PSP version. It really never occurred to me that this would be an inferior version to the PSP version, but here we are! It's okay, he doesn't have sand fever. He's just got a concussion. Wait, what? Ah. Okay. Let's go to port. Hang on. We gotta play as Guard A here. Wait, which one's Guard A? Oh God, I don't know which one's Guard A. It's like the tan one. Hang on. So that's Guard B or A. That's Guard C. I think this is Guard A. Okay, we're now Guard A. Greatest of all guards. You made it with seconds to spare. Yes, let's go to Baron. Oh, whoops. Raise anchor, man. Tom Kane? Oh, gosh, I don't know. Absolutely, Evo. Who is Tom Kane voiced? I don't recognize the name. Anyways, I'm fine, my lord. How are you? I could hardly feel healthier right now. Indeed, healthier than I've been in many years. Sir? Sorry, just reminiscing about the past a little. Why, the last time I was on a ship going to Baron, I encountered Leviathan. Oh, him. Oh, gosh. What is my actual favorite of his? I mean, the most iconic for me would be Yularen. That's an easy pick, but I don't know if that's my favorite. He apparently did voices all the way back in Rebellion. Wow. He was also in Might and Magic 5. Holy crap. He has done a ton of voice work for Star Wars games over the years. Wait, what? Oh, dude. No, that's not even... I didn't know that was him. This is an easy... So he's in Final Fantasy 12. Hang on. I never realized this was him. Oh, you'll hear in a second. If you've played FF12, this should be immediately apparent.
The death of Lord Rasla Heos Nabradia was but one of many tragedies to befall the Kingdom of Dalmasca. The air of hope that had surrounded Her Royal Highness Princess Asha's wedding was now quite lost. Dalmasca had been set adrift at the mercy of history's restless tides.
That is Tom Kane. Wow. I did not know that was him. That's my answer. 100%. He plays the Marquis Ondor in Final Fantasy 12, and he does a great job of it. The Marquis. He's done a bunch of other stuff. Like, a bunch of other stuff. But, yeah. Who did he play Magneto in? I need a game to look up. Looks like Marvel vs. Capcom. Oh yeah, he's been all over the place.
Ha! Ho! Te! Da! Ha ha ha! Farewell! Come to me! Begone.
Yeah.
Such a feeble attempt! Mwahahaha! Know your own weakness! Impudent child!
I mean, yeah, that sounds like him. Well, unfortunately, that was one of his first voice credits ever, Evo, and as is so distressingly common, all he's credited for is, and I quote, additional voices. I hate that. If I could tell you who voices the imp in my thing, surely you could tell me who he voices, right? Anyways. Is something the matter? Your Highness, what do you think about that moon? I know, Her Royal Flooftus. It's like, who did they play? Is it really the same moon? The same moon from before? The Lunarians? Golbez. Huh? The man in black. The one who once took Baron hostage and used it to take the crystals. In the end, he left this planet along with his moon. You know about that? So it is true. I simply conducted a little research of my own. How much more do you know? I know of certain theories regarding magic and airships, claiming they were gifts from the moon, not discoveries made by people here. Impressive. But this moon, it looks different to my eyes. It's not the same one as before, not the one I remember seeing in the past. I must agree. Dude, your Golbez is legit, Evo. I can't wait for people to see them. All the images you've already done. So there's Yang. Captain, Famulian ship off the port side. Haha, let's show 'em what we've got, my lads. Aye, aye, sir. Fabul. Hey, Young! Young! Edward, are you saying for Baron as well? Okay, so we kind of already saw this cutscene, so we're going to skip through this a bit. Their destination is the same as ours. What coincidence. We're both heading to Baron. Something must be afoot at Baron. And then the other ship, the other sailing vessel ran out of fuel. I love how we don't stop to help them, too, by the way. My lord, Best Young ship has fallen behind. What happened to them? Could there be some trouble on board? What's wrong, my lord? Are you cold? No, I'm alright. Are we seriously just gonna not turn around and help Yang? Okay. Whatever. Not even addressed. Not even mentioned. Just like, yeah. It's cool. What? That's true. They wasted a lot of time fetching a sand pearl on foot 5 separate times because they kept getting, you know, ill. This giant's just like, gong, gong, gong. Who goes there? How rude of you. You fail to recognize King Edward, ruler of Damcien? Baron. Baron what? That's the second time that exact same issue has been in this translation. So we've had Baron Hour, now we have Baron what? I wonder what other barons we have. I'm here to sing King Cecil. May we pass. I wish to speak to His Majesty personally to discuss the reply received from his messenger. Very well. Baron, very well. So now we have Baron, very well. Baron, not sure. Baron, Baron. Baron what? Baron, very well. Baron, very well. Yes, Baron, Baron. Of the Barons. It's been a long time since we last met, Cecil. Probably Blade to know. Placeholder stuff like that is actually pretty easy to lose in the jumble. It certainly has, Edward. Quite a long time indeed. But I'm evil now, Edward. Something bother you, Edward? You can take it easy here. I appreciate your kindness. Come now, Edward. To what do I owe the honor of a visit from the King of Damcien? I have come to speak of the meteor. If that's why you're here, then the answer is the same one my emissary gave you. You have nothing to worry about. Please let Baron Hour and Baron Whatmore, as well as Baron Very Well, handle the matter. Why should Baron handle it? Do we have a trust issue here, Edward? Did you know that I'm sacredly evil, Edward? Of course not. I would never know that you're secretly evil. Superb. I'm so glad you understand that, Edward. I knew I could count on that. Yeah, as for those of you who've seen my scripts for, like, the rewrites, you know what I use as placeholder. It's not really a placeholder, but you know what I use as a tag. I actually am very particular about the tags I use, specifically so that they are A, very easy to search for you, the actors, and B, really easy for me to see when I'm doing the editing and line structure. Just to make sure I don't have that issue happen. Like for the recent FF4 video I did, Cecil was DRKPLD in all caps. That was the placeholder for Cecil. Something the matter. What are your thoughts on that moon, Cecil? What do you think about it? I believe it portends ill times ahead for all of us. Reminds me too much of past events that haunt me to this day. All the more reason, then, that I hope you will allow us to handle the matters concerning the fallen meteor. I see. Baron has a mandate to govern over this land, to keep it at peace, no matter the cost. Of course. But if you ever need to consult with me, please don't hesitate to do so. Thank you so much for taking the long journey to my domain, Edward. If you'll excuse me, then. Your Highness? One more thing. I could not help but notice Queen Rosa is not with us today. Yes, she's not feeling very well, I'm afraid. Is that so? Well, that's troubling news. There's no need for alarm. It's nothing life-threatening. Is Prince Theodore doing well? Absolutely. He's out of the castle for training right now. That's good to hear. My wife and I would expect nothing less from our son, after all. Now then, I wish you a safe and pleasant journey home. Yeah, I've been around kings enough to know to understand what being dismissed sounds like. I just remembered, guards, please present Edward with the gift we discussed. It's a ring of balm. I'm sorry, that was another one. Did you see it? I slipped by. It was Baron from Your Majesty. What is this, my lord? Token of our friendship and of my appreciation for your visit. Please accept it. I appreciate your kindness. In that case, I have also brought a souvenir from Dancian. Flowers. How befitting of you, if I might say so. Is something the matter? No, nothing. I'm glad you like them. Until we meet again, Edward. Certainly. Do take care. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? We're going home. Your Highness? Let's go. So, okay. That should have been the best scene in the game. Think about that properly written, properly polished. That's tension right there, right? That could have shown Edward at his best. Right? He's not much of a fighter. He's not much of anything, but he's a bard. He is someone who can navigate talking through and around someone, and someone who has been a part of the noble circle his entire life. Unlike a lot of the kings and rulers in this setting, Edward was born a prince, right? Cecil kind of inherited the throne. Same thing with Yong and so forth. So Edward knows how to talk around situations like this. And Edward is clearly on edge, recognizes something's wrong, and knows he can't let Cecil in on that. He cannot let Cecil know he knows. So he has to be polite, he has to be proper, and he has to get information to figure out just exactly how bad things are without giving away his hand. It's tension, right? I could picture that scene being properly presented, and it would be amazing. As is, I actually still think that's a decent scene, but what should have been like a quadruple positive scene is merely one. Okay, so let's go open up this bomb. Because that's totally what it is, right? What was that, Ross? Oh, absolutely, Reggie. Oh, a food challenge. Well, what is it, Ross? Some days you just can't get rid of a bomb. Your Highness, what was the meaning of your behavior in front of King Cecil? That person was not Cecil. What? Yeah, duh. The real Cecil would have known what my gift really was. What do you mean? I mean this. A Damsian flower. Are you sure that was wise? The voice is coming from the flower. Shh. There's nothing to worry about. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. So for those of you who didn't play... This is actually kind of a neat plot point. For those of you who didn't play FF4, Whisperweed was a whole thing. It was pretty much Edward's major contribution to the story. And when Edward gave them Whisperweed, put that in for Cecil, Cecil didn't even notice, even though he would absolutely know what Whisperweed is. So now he can hear through it, though he was acting extremely suspicious of me. It appears that he came here personally just to check up on matters. Weaker creatures need to be more cautious. Damsian is a hub of commerce, not of war. Its military is no more than mere ceremony. Seizing it would be a simple matter. I see. So the fire crystal... Oh, there you go. Fire is in Damsian. Is ours anytime we wish to take it. What is this? It's called Whisperweed. You can use it to hear voices and sounds from faraway places. I put a bloom of it into the flower arrangement I presented to Cecil. Overconfidence is ill-advised. It's not overconfidence. My plan is already underway. Exactly, Reggie. Edward has always had a brain. And again, born into nobility. This should be his strong suit. The gift Cecil gave us. You must be curious about it. Of course. Well, I must disappoint you, for this box can never be opened. Are you aware of its contents, Your Highness? Yeah, are we chucking it overboard? Because we should probably chuck it overboard. If my hunch is correct. Then this contains a Carnelian signet. The very item behind the tragedy that once befell Mist, by Cecil's unknowing hand. Captain, up ahead! Whoa, what's that? Did Young's ship run into that? Oh no! Leviathan! Oh, come on, I was joking, game! Anyways, that's the end of Edward's Tale, believe it or not. That was legit. It took a while, and I think that's actually the worst gameplay we've seen of any of these episodes. But I'm with the story. Yeah, seriously, toss the box at Leviathan. Yeah, padded to hell and back and back. And now we have unlocked Canes. Edward's like, no. Well, yeah, look right there. You can see. I've got stars by the ones I finished, even. Yeah, we gotta edge this up. Who's ready for the edge? You are all beneath me. Hey, Pokemiibo. Hi. I hope you're enjoying the VODs. Because if you aren't, then that's perfectly acceptable. It sucks, but... Okay. I am going to take an extremely brief break here. Why would Rosa have a tail? Who's Rosa? Let's see. Who is Rosa? She's Cecil's girlfriend. She gets a fever. She's kidnapped right after that. And then the boys tell her to stay home when they go to the moon for the second time, not the first time. And I think that's it. I think that's Rosa as a character. Anyways, I will be right back. Wait. Why are people stabbing people here? Cain returns at last from Mount Ordeals, only to besiege Baron Castle, bearing Basidia's water crystal in hand, and accompanied by a mysterious girl. What can his dark mutterings about killing Cecil really mean? And what happened to Cecil, Rosa, and Theodore? When they all meet again in Baron, the fate of their small blue planet will begin to change forever. Overly dramatic narration. Your universe is about to change. This could literally change everything. Forever! This tale can be played with Save Dale. Do it. Load the save. Listen, everyone, I'm really sorry. I just got a text that says, "Oh my god, all of my registries and traffic fine penalties have not been cleared. So I need to go pay my traffic." I just calls them traffic fine penalty. It's really funny. If I don't pay this by a certain deadline, it will trigger formal enforcement action. My driver's license will be, in all caps, forfeited indefinitely. I'll be precluded from renewing my automobile tag and registration. My account will be subject to civil judgment, and I'll have to pay statutory reinstatement costs. To pay your traffic tickets online, go to, and I'm not going to tell you the site, but it's like nonsense.nonsense/nonsense.com. In all caps, act now to avoid loss of driving privileges. Wow, I better respond to that immediately and give them my entire bank account. By the way, I don't have any traffic tickets on my record. Ever. Never mind in the state that's anymore. Which, by the way, I don't live in that state anymore. Yeah, it's this brand new thing they just invented. It's called a scam. But yeah, spoilers. DMV doesn't do that. If you ever get a message from the DMV saying something like that, it is a scam. Yeah, I'm actually leveled in with stats. I'm weirded out. I've even got decent gear. Wow, that's just wild. Yeah, I gotta be careful. That Nigerian prince, he's something. Yeah, it's this brand new technology called a letter. Let me tell you a little interesting tip. This isn't 100% true. Okay, this isn't, like, universally true. But a commonality is if something is mailed to you and it's important, it will not say important on it. It'll just look like a plain old official boring envelope. If there's a letter mailed to you that says, important, read now, limited deadline, you know, time-sensitive information, that's probably spam. Don't worry. My Canadian girlfriend ran away with the Nigerian prince. I don't blame them. I wish them only happiness as I sit here alone, abandoned, lost and longing. Yeah, the fact that jump has a charge bar is certainly a choice. And there's also a charge in the air, which I guess it always had, technically. It's just interesting that they show it to us. So we can see when we're going to land, because it lands when the bar fills. Yeah, that's another one, Kennex go. So, we're just doing ordeals again. If we count FF4, this is the third time we're doing Mount Ordeals. No, fourth, excuse me. Because we did Mount Ordeals in FF4. Then we did it as Porum. No, excuse me. Then we did it as the Edge guy, who's Tsukinoa, I think his name was. Then we did it as Porum. So just in this game, we've done Mount Ordeals 3 times. Man, I hope so, push-ups. I need to get that scam on. I mean that mental health on. Look, I firmly believe in the concept of mental health and getting help for mental health issues. But, you know, in a way that works and isn't a scam. Like BetterHelp. I also don't think everything works for everyone equally, because duh. I was actually thinking last night, what dungeons, other than the ones on the moon, have we not seen so far? This is a trick question. We've seen all of them. We have been to Eblan Castle. I'm not actually joking. We have been to every overworld and underworld dungeon from FF4 at least once. Seriously, let's go through it in order, right? Well, okay, Tower of Zod I'll give you, but in the game's defense, it is destroyed. But also, I wouldn't be surprised if they brought it back. Anyway, so hang on. So, Mist Cave, yep, we went through there. And then the waterway we just went through 3.2 times. Well, it's actually 2.2, but whatever. And then we just did the Antlion's Den, we did Mount Hobbs, and then we go over here, we do Mount Ordeals, which we're doing for the 3rd time now, just in this game. Then we go back to Baron, there's the waterway into Baron, which we've already done. We did that pretty early on. Then we get Airship, we go over here, and then we go do Lodestone Cavern, which we did. We did that as Pollum. And we've done, and then that's actually pretty much everything on the overworld, other than the Eblan Cave, which leads to the top of the Tower of Babel, which we have both done in Edge's Arc. So that's everything in the overworld, other than Tower of Zot and the Giant of Babel, both of which have been destroyed. In the underworld, the Sylph Cave was an optional place we went to as Rydia, which was basically mandatory. No, not yet, push-ups. Although I wouldn't be surprised if I do get offered that. Why would I want to go on a cruise to Jamaica? So, Sylph's Cave we've done. The path to the Fey March we've done twice. And we did Lower Babel once. That was also as Edge. There was the... Well, I guess that doesn't count as a dungeon. But we did do the cave right next to the Dwarf Castle. That was as Rydia again. And I think it's everywhere. So yeah, the only places we haven't done are Tower of Zot and Giant of Babel. Oh yeah, we did the Sealed Cave. That sucked. Thought I already mentioned that one, but yeah. Yeah, this game is much longer than FF4, which is funny when you think about it. Who's there? Is someone else here besides me? Are you seriously... We now have to go back up Ordeals. We just walked down ordeals, and now we're walking up ordeals. This isn't even a joke. That's just where we're at. That's just what's happening. I don't even feel like fighting these guys. Let's just go. Let's go. Stop doing this game. Okay, maybe it's only one screen. Maybe. Maybe. Dragoon. I'm sure I heard it. It was faint, but there was definitely a voice. Okay, so... Alright. We're just, Oh, God, Blightful. Yeah, I'm running because I've lost patience, but I'd probably be running because I have to if I was a Dark Knight here. Dark Dragoon? Dargoon? Hmm. Same enemies as Ordeal's normal, by the way. You will... Eh? It's close. Back attack! Weirdly long static shot. Okay, whatever. So the exact version of the game we're playing, I would say, is one step above straight-up shovelware. I am so confused by why this game exists. Like, the original version, okay, that makes sense. I'm with it, sure. This? From here. Well, at least the mirror's not shattered. That would be terrible. You too will. Intense pain! Just as my did before. What? The end of... Yeah, so we all know what's about to happen, right? Who are you? No, seriously, this is actually kind of neat, because we've already seen this room when Porum goes up here, and the glass we just looked at was completely shattered. We've also already encountered two Cains. Ah. A white mage. Yep, there's the battle. She totally can't win by herself. Remember this fight? Look at them, we're hopelessly outnumbered. And Cain now has an AoE attack. Again. Cain. Have I seen you before? I'm Porum, the White Mage of Visidia. Thank you for not repeating the entire scene. Is this what you're looking for? This is it, the real thing. It's yours. Kain, no. Kain has betrayed us for the... I've lost track. One condition. I must kill Cecil. No, that's actually what he says. The actual line is, and I quote, I want an audience with the King of Barum. For what purpose? To take his life. I will kill Cecil with mine own hands. Understood. Bring the crystal with you. It's okay. Kain's just so good at betrayal. He uses it to help people instead of hurt people now. Like, you only got so many tools in your kit, right? Listen, you ever play D&D push-ups? Because your fighter character probably has a will save of -3. Who are you, anyway? All in due time. Inferior beings. Listen, the moon's... I don't know what their thing is with the moon. It's been a thing arguably since 1. That gets debatable, but still. I also like how they start us off in the moon phase, no pun intended, where jump does more damage. Wow, this is the second time we've done this dungeon. I think a better question at this point is there any dungeon we have done only once in this game? We only did the Mist Cave once. We only did Eblan Cave and Tower of Babel once. So, I think that's actually it. Oh, no, we also only did the Lodestone Cavern once. So, Lodestone Cavern, Mist Cave, Tower of Babel, and Eblan Cave. What do you want to bet we go to any of those? I actually don't know, push-ups. What happened to Cecil? As King of Barum, he's perfectly fine. I'm gonna laugh if Kain goes to any of the dungeons I just mentioned next. Yeah, what's really funny, Blade Tavon, the thing I remember most, the thing I hated most about this game, we're not at yet. We'll see if it's as bad as I remember. My memories aren't perfect. God damn it, Maze. No! Jesus Christ. Hit him like a truck. And we're dead! Jesus! Okay. Hold up. Let's, chill a little here. Yeah, I've already got all mithril gear, so whatever. Yeah, I was actually just thinking maybe I should fight a few encounters to get some experience. Clearly, that was the wrong call. Silly me. Mithril Helm. Yeah, I think you're right, Blitzel. We'll see. Itemization has been very inconsistent this entire game. Sometimes they've been spot on, and sometimes they've just been terrible. And sometimes it's literally just the same items and shops that you had in the first game. Tell me one thing at least. Why are you collecting the crystals? There's no need for you to know. Yeah, no kidding. FF game. I was actually talking about this with a friend of mine who had played a lot of RPGs and has not played the Final Fantasies. And the reason I bring up that distinction is because, honestly, most RPGs kind of fail at itemization. In shops, in currency, and in drops. The FF series tends to buck that trend. Because FF4 and 5 and 6 and 7... and 9 all tend to have actually pretty solid... I actually had 10 of those. All tend to have pretty solid itemization. Like, clear thought and design and effort was put into it in each of the games I just mentioned. And who are you? A Dragoon, ex-Baron. I see. Excuse me. Yeah, I hesitated on 12, because 12 has issues. Yeah, no kidding, but one of my bigger complaints about FF16 was the terrible itemization in that game. Drops were weird, inconsistent, frustrating to get a hold of, and not really worthwhile for the most part, until the DLC. Oh god, so I've only really played Xenoblade 1. I can't even remember how it did itemization off the top of my head. And I tend to remember things like that, because I'm a geek who studies that kind of thing. That's sad, honestly. Grab our last adamantite here. Ah, it sucks, but whatever, I suppose. Chests are pointless. What is this, FF12? True. Plate roll. You look like a dragoon. Are you going to some kind of party? Yes. The Red Wings are conducting flights over town all morning, noon, and night. Some kind of training, maybe? Yeah. I haven't even seen a glimpse of the castle guard since those monsters attacked. Yeah. Kain? You've come back to Baron at last! My father always wondered what happened to you after you disappeared from our lands. And now look at us. This time it's my father who's gone missing. My father-in-law still isn't back yet. The castle guard refuses to acknowledge us. Frankly, I'm worried. Wow, cool armor. Kind of scary looking, though. Yes, I have given in to the ultra eldritch darkness edge side. I gain power from the pain that I inflict upon people. But I gain even more power from my own pain. That's why they call me Kain. It was... I can't spell very clearly. Wait! What's the dancer doing? Oh. Not dancing. He's a kind of a ninja, you know? He's like an aerial ninja. I am here to loot your castle. Okay, let's get looting. It's weird. Oh. Your orders, my liege. Yes. I am your liege, yes. Alright, first step, find Rosa. We're not that bad at Mortal Slime, but yes. We had pressure front hit us, I don't know, 2 days ago, something like that. And it spiked the temperature up by about 20 degrees. What's really funny is it's supposed to spike right back down again in a couple of days. I mean, I'll take it. I'm not gonna complain, but... Yeah, that's what's supposed to hit us, Walker. Actually, yes, Ross. That's part of why I was having issues. For anybody who doesn't know me, I have difficulties with heat, so... That was fun. By the time we got back to the car, I was having trouble sitting up straight. course, I also had an adorable niece laying on my head the entire time. It's a trade-off, right? I have been hearing that down in Southern California, I want to say, La Nina is supposed to hit especially bad this year. So we'll see what happens with that. Yay. Yeah, I know a few people, actually I know a lot of people at this point, who live in southern states who I am legitimately worried over. Especially with the electric bills being what they have been becoming thanks to data centers. If you ever wonder why I bang on about things like that, like I actually got this accusation once. Someone was like, I don't know why you're so upset about something as stupid as AI lore when there's actual wars and people being shot in the world. To which I say, first of all, it's stupid to insinuate that I don't care about people being shot in wars in the world. But second, data centers, AIs, have a knock-on effect. It's a domino, right? That leads to, obviously it has led to a reduction in employment, it has led to increased prices, it has led to more difficulties procuring raw resources in order to procure the electricity, it has led to electric brownouts and difficulties with the grids being overloaded, and all of that has led to people being without power. People being without power means no air conditioning, no heat. That kills people. And yeah, shortage of resources tends to lead to bad things. Yeah, I mean, even if you don't die, speaking personally, you remember when last summer, the AC went out. Do you remember that incident? And I couldn't sleep. It was so hot I could not fall asleep. And I was at the point where I was so delirious and so lost, I was contemplating not only suicide, but literally just going out into the wild and just sitting outside and trying to get some sleep by leaning up against a tree because it was cooler outside than it was inside. It was pretty bad. Now, I'm not trying to complain. What I'm trying to say is that that's a negative consequence of lack of power, lack of air conditioning. Yeah, I survived. Cecil is in here. Oh, shoot, I'm so stupid. Let me ask you again. What do you plan to do when you see Cecil? Nothing has changed. Cecil will die by my hands. I see. No, let me... No, not... I accidentally ulted forward. Oh, I'm so mistakey. I'm just a Butterfingers. Okay, so, I should give this a negative, if I'm being honest. The number of times I have to manually remove all my gear because the game doesn't do it for me. Otherwise, I'll lose good gear. It's not great. Rosa should be with me. When I was a child. Ah! Okay. I suppose I can accept that. Where is he? First, I wish to test your resolve. I've told you already, I intend to kill him. But can you? Of course! Give me your crystal. I will, once my business is done, as agreed upon. The crystal's that important to you? You can crush the thing to pieces for all I care. All that matters to me is putting an end to Cecil's life. Why do you hate him so much? You see, when I was a young child, Rosa was the only girl at the orphanage who was nice to me. No, Takoina, no. Thank you, Immortal Slime, very much. Always appreciate that support. Thank you very, very much. If you give me a moment, let me jot that down, because you already told me. Over here. How many was that? 25, I think? Yes. Trails of Crossbell. Trails of Cold Steel. Jedi Survivor. Done. And thank you again. Why do you hate him so? Oh, I already said this line. That's none of your concern. Then you won't mind me getting 2 more crystals for me. What? Do that and I'll arrange an audience with Cecil for you. Fine. I still need the wind and fire crystals. Yep, Fabul and Damsian. I will lend you an airship and a company of soldiers. Fair enough. My time is precious. I need the last 2 crystals. Okay. Cain beats up orphans every day. But he doesn't have love. He wants to make absolutely sure those orphans grow up tough, just like he did. Hello? Oh, there it goes. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Who's that loser? God, it's been so long since we've seen Theodore at this point. So, anyways, you overheard that in Baron? Yes, but I'm pathetic and worthless, oh god. Perfect. We proceed east from the village. Pure evil. Wait a minute. But I'm pathetic and terrible in every way. Don't leave me. Don't worry. You're pathetic and terrible in every way. So, yeah, I can't give him... That's funny. I can't give Hooded Man a spear. can give him all the mithril gear that Kain was just wearing, though. Okay. Might as well grab the stuff that's probably respawned at this point. Blood sword. It's worse in every way, but it's a blood sword. I think we'll try that for a bit, see how it feels. I mean, yeah, the moment I see undead, it's gonna be like, okay, that's over. I have done that before, too. Oops. I don't remember which game it was. I think it was actually Secret of Mana. Because you can get the life drain effect on your weapon as a buff, right? And, well, you know. Hey, a new area! Holy shkamoly. The mountains collapsed into a sheer cliff. I mean, it was just a landslide caused by Titan, so yeah. It's the only way to escape those pursuing us. It's ridiculous. There isn't even a path for us to take. So we'll blaze one. I'm just saying, Soten's right there. I'm just saying, Mr. Red. It's right there. Dude, one of my favorite details about Dissidia is how many details are in Dissidia. And I know that sounds like a strange statement, but you know what I mean, right? If you really zoom in the camera, animations and moves and equipment sets and abilities and when you learn them and which characters can do what with which other characters, they put an inordinate quantity of time and effort into everything in Dissidia. It was such a weird outlier for that era of Square, right? Yeah, with everyone, really, Zactef. No, they tried. Dissidia was legit. I actually preferred Dissidia to Odessum, but then again, this basically just contains the first game anyway, so... You know? Effective against undead. Sure. Yeah, no, Dissidia Duodecim has only one thing that might be considered worse than Dissidia 1, which is the timing on the chase attacks, which was drastically shortened. So some people can't abuse chase like they could back in Dissidia 1. Yeah, that's kind of a debatable thing if that's worse or not. That's sort of a make up your own mind kind of a situation. Give me all Noctis is like, what's going on here? What doubly irritates me is Opera Omnia was not exactly what I would call a bad game. I don't want to overpraise it. It was still gotcha. It was still bullcrap. And at a certain point, it became even more bullcrap. But the actual story under Opera Omnia was kinda legit. And they did some really cool things with several of the characters, too. I haven't looked at the new one. I don't plan to look at the new one, honestly. I've got other things to do with my life at this point in time, you know. After all, I have to put together that What If FF5 Was a Bad Game video. I'm still debating. Jesus! Jesus! Okay. Theodore, stop sucking. We're putting you in the back row. Holy crap. So let's see what the Blood Sword does. That's not bad. Theodore? Theodore, I need you to not die, okay? No, don't die. Probably not Zaktaft. I mean, Noctis is just kind of a cool dude. Whatever. Just attack. God, look at that sword. I think it is made of blood. Look at that thing. That's a Soten sword right there. He's a pretty talented actor. I haven't seen him in as much as I would like, although he was great over in WoW. FF14 needs to poke him for something. Go to the back row, Theodore. I'll give you a hint. He played a villain in WoW. And he did it very well. Oh, hey, there's even a desert over there in the distance. That's a nice touch. Yay! I'm always happy to hear that people actually like that thing. I tried to get my sister to watch it, and she was only willing to stomach like 30 seconds of it. I'm like, it's only 7 minutes! It's not like my movies, which are, 15 hours. I kind of don't want to move the moon forward, so let's just do this. Scooch on. Wow, this is a long dungeon, isn't it? Well, no, I think the FF9 theater is about 13 hours, something like that. I forget how long Undertale is. Whoa! Theodore! You okay? I'm dead! Hang on. The theater, right? The rewrites are only about an hour and a half. Which is still movie duration. I forget how long LTTP was. Are you hurt? Yeah, me too, Walker. No, I'm okay. Sorry about that. If you are sorry, then be... Excuse me. Be more careful next time. Yes, sir. Well, I'm not one to spread rumors, but it's because he's Kane. Did they just put Theodore in the front row again? Oh my god, I think they did. Who I have Gambit is my guess, Reggie. Why does Kane betray Cecil? Because of the edge. I'm barely joking. They really did. They put Theodore back in the front row. Stop it. God, Kane, come on. There's no way they had him play Xavier. There you go, 9 hours for Undertale. I mean, yeah, I was actually thinking about your point, Blade Devel, because, yeah, Theodore is not good. He's a worse White Mage and a worse Paladin. Yeah, FF9 is 13 some odd hours. It's FF9, of course it is. Looks like we're through. Can't believe I made it down the side of the cliff in one piece. Yeah, he's what a red mage usually is in the Final Fantasy series, to be blunt. He voiced Cyclops? I can't even picture that. You kidding? I never could have done this without you. Don't underestimate yourself. I only provided you the opportunity. You're the one who saw it to the end. Yeah. "19 hours. Excuse me. FF9 is 19 hours long. My bad. Just you wait, Cecil. They'll murder you horribly." The Red Wings. Wait, so how long was LTTP? Because I know it's the shortest theater we've ever done. The Red Wings are the most elite airship fleet in the skies, and I should be the last one. The soldiers men of the airship, there are no Red Wings, they're just mindless drones. True enough. That means they're still on our trail? No, they're heading in another direction. That's the way to Damcyan. Wait, you don't think they'll attack Damcyan, do they? There's no time to lose. Let's head northeast to Kaipo first. If you make me go through the waterway... for the 5th time. I had to count in my head really quick. Yeah, 4th time in this game alone. Meanwhile, in the past... the me I see reflected in my mirror. Ha! Long have I waited this moment. Face the darkness within! We have been through the Barren Waterway, in this game alone, 3.2 times. That is not a joke. We did it once with just Edward. Ah, we're dead. How did you... I've finally been released. Freedom is mine at last. You are all beneath me! Fabulous crystal is mine. That leaves just one more. Sorry, the waterway, it's actually listed as waterway as a dungeon. It's the one northeast of Kaipo. It's the one we're about to do, apparently! The Fabulous. It's okay, we still have an opportunity to cutscene our way north of the waterway. We can do this. Desert travel is more fatiguing than you think. Let's rest at the inn first. And then Theodore has desert fever, and then we have to do the waterway solo as Kain twice. Jesus Christ, those are expensive. It's really good, though. Look at that. Oh, God. No, you're right. Kain gets the fever. Theodore has to do the waterway solo twice. Yes, Theodore can equip the spear. Because of course it can. You know what would actually really amuse me? I'm gonna go check. If at this point in history, Haley, or Harley, whatever her stupid name is hanging out in bed. Ah! We've had many a dignitary stay here, you know. King Cecil, Queen Rosa, King Edward, too. That would just be funny if she's just laying there and we're like, oh, hi, Harley. We don't know who you are, so we don't care, but hi. Uh-oh. You know what this means. It's going to be a general who shows up. Attack! Retreat! Yeah, Theodore is Cecil and Rosa's son. Well, we assume Rosa's the mother. He did have to thank her for giving birth, so maybe she was just accepting, shall we say, responsibility and didn't actually give birth. That's it. Baron Weave. Baron Weave. Look out, Theodore. Yep. Oh god, I've lost track, Kenexcal. That's just a constant thing. Oh, they're undead. Ho ho ho! Well, it didn't kill me. Oh, by the way, they put Theodore in the front row again. I don't know if you caught that. They have done that so many times. Jesus Christ. And, oh, wow. He lived through that, somehow. And now he's dead. That's just petty! He cast a drain to steal 17 health. Oh, whatever. Well, the thing is, Theodore's in the middle slot and the front row, which is the most targetable slot in FF4. So, Theodore's technically my tank. Not that I put him there. Who were those soldiers just now? They were undead. They weren't human. Not anymore. Don't show them mercy just because they're from Baron. Otherwise you'll wind up like that yourself. I know. We need to stay on the move. When day breaks, we'll make for the underground waterway to the northeast. Yes! 4th time, baby! Could someone nominate the frickin' underground waterway for the worst dungeon this year? And yeah, I'm gonna sleep again, because all of our damage is nerfed now, thanks to that mandatory transition. There we go. Okay. So, yeah. Stop putting him in the... Jesus Christ. Okay. There. Oh, it's going to be great, Blade 12. I'm looking forward to that. Cedar's going to be like, I'm going to be a winner. I'm going to fight Zemus myself. By myself. What level are you? 12. Well, okay, 20. How is he level 23? How is he doing so much less damage than the level 10s and 15s I've had this entire game? How are you this pathetic? Like, his stats are garbo. Oh my god. Just, Anyways, so here we are again. Yay! My favorite dungeon in the game. You can tell because we keep doing it. Over and over and over again. Yeah, Cecil was literally stronger than him at level 10. Ugh. Oh god, that would be really funny on Falkenstein. Lord knows Cecil has had almost no presence in this game. We played as him briefly when he was defending Baron, and then he was replaced. Or mind controlled, whatever it is. And that's it. Well, right now, he's got the Coral Sword, which is one of the best weapons I have. I'm going to go ahead and give him the Wind Spear. Or I could give him the Blood Sword. Nah, let's give him the Wind Spear. The best shield I have, the best helmet I have, the best armor I have, and something boosting his attack damage. Actually, that's a good point. Coral Sword probably is pretty good for this area. That's a good point, Doc Coburn. We all know being a teenager actually lowers your stat range. $89. He is in the back row because his defenses and health are so low that if I put him in the front row, he will die. Ask me how I know. His stamina, int, and spirit went up. God, you suck. See, if I was Cecil, I'd disown the kid. Just be like, nah, let's try again, Rosa. Worst party member in any RPG. Okay, the answer is probably some rando you've never heard of in Chrono Cross. Ugh, dead levels. We have a worst dungeon category. It's called worst level. Very good. And don't tell me it's not there. I know it's there. Unless someone deleted it. It was you, Braglin. How could you turn against me? See, I was thinking Sten. Because the Sten section is called that for a reason. I don't know if he's like... I mean, Gar also sucks. Uniquely. What's funny is it would be so easy to fix Gar. But whatever. Wow, that's 2 Breath of Fire characters we just named for potentially worst characters. Edward is not great, but he's not as bad as either character we just mentioned. Edward has been made useful in basically every version of the game that isn't the SNES version. Thank you, Braglin. Yeah, exactly, Blade Devil. I look forward to reviewing the Underground Waterway when we do it for real someday. And not 4+ times in a row. We'll rest here. That doesn't count, Ross. You need to pace yourself. We've got a while to go. Oh, alright. Doesn't the enemy have, you know, an airship? Aren't they already there? Haven't you already lost? Yeah, thank you, game. Yeah, Kane's being awfully nice to this kid. Almost as if he knows his true parentage. You all wait for me here. But, sir... Look, I know you're being controlled, but at least value your lives a little. Yes, sir. But if things prove to be more difficult than anticipated... That's a hell of a line. Don't count on it. There's no resistance I'll face in Damcyan. Yeah, but he's not a playable. I think the point of the question was worst mechanically, right? Like worst gameplay party members. Donald Duck. Yeah. I have nothing to add to that. You. I never expected to see you here, Kane. Okay. Mother. Oh god. Another mandatory moon shift. Alright, what do we do? Where are we at? That's okay. I'll live with that. Kimahri is... I mean, he's the... Oh my god, look! It puts Ceodor... Why does it keep doing this? This is Breath of Fire 3 all over again. Stop shoving Ceodor into the front slots. Stop it. I gave it a negative to Breath of Fire 3. I'm tempted to give it here, because they keep doing that. And normally it's whatever, but they keep doing it, and Ceodor sucks so much in the front row that it's actually detrimental to have him there. God damn it! Yeah, that might have literally one-shot him in the front row. Speaking of... Okay, he didn't one-shot him. We got this! Oh, thank God. I actually thought we didn't have that. Ceodor's level 25. Why do you suck? He learned float, though, so it's okay now. Jesus Christ. So what I was trying to say, with regards to Kimahri, in games where the characters can be turned into whatever, there are usually still some identifying markers that can change the quality of a character, right? So like in FF7, for example, most of the FF7 characters are interchangeable. The main difference comes in their limit breaks at that point, right? It's the same thing with FF10. In FF10, every character is functionally identical except for their limit breaks. Which brings me to Kimahri. Kimahri's limit break sucks in FF10. I'm not sure if it's the worst limit break, but it's definitely up there. Also true, Dakota. Lulu had, like, multicast, right? Or something like that? God, I don't even remember, because I never used hers. Hang on. So Tidus is the super hit of Doom. Which is actually useful, because it can be a multi-hit. Yuna's is, like, the super summon, which lets the summon do their big attack. Auron's is really good. I remember that. Riku's is the most overpowered thing in the universe. Yeah, Wakka's roulette. Wakka's the gambler type. And yeah, she's the multicast. And then Kimahri's blue magic, which... I think I'd still put Kimahri as more worthless than Lulu. I mean, Lulu does bring two very big things to the party. Lulu actually suffers from a pretty common issue. And Ceodor's dead. God, whatever, I don't even care. Lower back pain. Lulu's main issue, jokes aside, Lulu's main issue is that magic in FF10 is not well designed. It's actually one of the biggest flaws the game has overall on the gameplay axis. Magic falls behind so quickly and so hard. Early on, it's actually very useful, but if you were to track its usefulness across the course of the game, it starts off quite useful, And it kind of never stops being more worthless the further into the game you get. You son of a... Yeah, personally speaking, by the time I get to the Thunder Plains, I'm not using magic anymore. I've got other stuff that's just better. Yeah, there's a couple of the super bosses in which it's nice to have, but It's the same problem FF8 has, actually. I know that, technically speaking, melee will always beat magic in basically every Final Fantasy game, but I'm not talking about at the highest end of things. I mean just in a normal play, right? Just on a normal-ass playthrough. Yeah, sure, whatever. Up his frickin' defenses here. On a normal frickin' playthrough, magic tends to fall off in FF10 and in FF8. In FF9, it never stops being useful. Same with 6, same with 5, same with 7. Same with 4. Sweet! White magic is reduced right now. That's cool. Whatever. Well, there's two huge things that make magic an issue in FF8. First is that magic is just not particularly useful to cast in FF8. Unless you're casting, I think it's Aura? Or Triple. Or Double. Double, Triple, and Aura are all very, very useful. Past that... Summons tend to do more damage, and there's way more ways to build your character to do more damage just with melee. And you're stuck with Squall for an inordinate quantity of the game, and he is primarily a melee fighter. Also, limit breaks are legitimately pretty good in FF8 and extremely easy to abuse. Again, even in a normal playthrough. The second problem with magic in FF8 is the junction system. Oh yeah, I probably should actually do that. So the problem with the... Okay. The problem with the junction system... Yeah, Mad Rush is so good. The problem with the junction system is that you junction in a quantity of a spell to a specific stat. The scaling of that is not linear, however. What that means is if you have 99 of Ultima, for example, and you junction that to someone's stats... It doesn't do nearly as much as if you had 100 of that. Oh, you son of a... This is... Okay. This is the thing that's happening. In other words, you want 100 of a given magic in order to junction. And you want to stay at 100. If you cast a spell, you use a charge of it. Yes. There is an objectively worse character in FF6, though. Can you guess who it is? This is not actually a joke. It is Gogo. So, not a lot of people know this. Gogo has some issues. Yeah, that's what I thought. The biggest one by far is that he just doesn't actually have the stats to follow through on all of the abilities you can give him. So, he will always be a weaker version of whatever you give him, is what I'm trying to get at, than the main character would be. Now, that's the price you pay for his incredible flexibility and the fact that he can be anything. But yeah, he's a Ditto. You could turn a Ditto into a Mewtwo, but you still have the stats of a Ditto, so that only goes so far. Now, you're probably thinking, that still sounds really useful. Yeah, that's actually kind of the point I'm making. That's as bad as it gets in FF6. Yeah, Go-Go is still a great character, very useful and extremely fun to play around with. That's the bottom end of FF6 characters. Could you stop? These things. Just my ass handed to me, and I fully blame Theodore for the fact that I'm just getting wrecked here. Chrono Trigger? Yeah. For the longest time, I thought it was Frog, and that's because I was an idiot as a teenager. I don't have a better way to say that. There's plenty of ways that Frog is useful. At plenty of points of the game, no less. I always kind of liked Eiko. I like Eiko's summons a little bit better than Garnet's. Excuse me, daggers. And dead. I'm not even resing him. I don't even care. I don't even care at this point. Yeah, I have a saying, Morganite. Inches amongst miles. When things are so close, it is just inches amongst miles. And that's Chrono Trigger and FF6. Like, it's such a debatable at that point. Well, I got a Phoenix down. That's nice. I'm still not gonna res him. I don't care at this point. Frog and Robo also both have really good dual techs, too. Both of them combo very well. I see sunlight. We aren't through this yet. Watch yourself. Right. Isla's cheating. Isla is good because she is the heaviest hitting character in the game, and she can steal. You cleared the room for me, didn't you? Nice to see a show of courtesy from you. Uh-huh. Will you continue this act of kindness and hand over the fire crystal? Is that what you're really after? It's not the main thrust of my business, but yes. So what are you really after? I'm going to kill Cecil. Have you seen him yet? Not yet, that's why I'm here. I see. Sadly, I'm afraid I can't let you have my crystal. Even if it costs your life. That's right. Let me put you out of your misery, then. Kane, stop! It's... Okay. Actually wasn't expecting that, I'll be honest. I suppose it makes sense. Rose has been absent almost the entire game. And, I mean, Edward's been kind of on top of things this whole time, so of course he would have, you know, some kind of backup plan like that. Oh my god, look what it did to my party. Every frickin' time. Every freaking goddamn time. It's gonna do it again. What do you want to bet? It's just... It's defaulted. Then when I... No, what I mean by default is they designed it. Someone somewhere put Theodore in the middle and the front. And then Kane on the top in the front. And that's default. Like, it's designed, is my point. Yeah, no, Takota is correct. In order for that to happen, they had to... Someone somewhere had to program that. It's not a lot of programming, but someone did have to go out of their way to design the default formation in order to reset to it every time this happens. Again, this is the exact same issue we kept having in Breath of Fire 3, where it kept screwing with me with regards to Nina. Shoving her into the party and shoving her into the bad slot of the party, which kept screwing with my party makeup, and I had every time we did a cutscene, I had to shuffle my party around to fix it. God damn it, game. Dead end. You got the guts to jump? Of course. I would say Gar is worse than Nina, yeah. It's never really possible to turn Gar into something useful. Not unless you turbo grind. By contrast, we can turn Nina into several things. And have. Rosa. Kane, I've decided to be with you instead of Cecil. Your mind hasn't been... No, I'm... Hang on. I think Kane is supposed to be on screen here. I thought they were doing like an off-camera thing, but I think the camera is currently focused on Kane. Oh. I'm acting of my own volition. Really? Oh, there he is. He's... That's even better! He's off camera! We are literally beneath him! Yes, once I kill Cecil, you will be mine, Rosa. Oh my god, he's even... That's... First of all, that's not how that works. Let's just start with that. Second of all, this was such a stupid plot point that I used it as my very first joke, second joke, in the What If FF4 Was Bad video. Rosa should be with me. That's your whole character. Kane. Brains. Brains. Squirrels for brains. The ones with the big... The carpet's speaking to me, everyone. Sadly, time's up. Give me the final crystal. I believe I've already made myself clear. What? I refuse. Yeah, I was wondering why we were holding onto that stupid box instead of throwing it into the ocean. Yeah, it's a perfectly good bomb. A Carnelian signet. Souvenir from Baron. God, the camera work is impeccable. All the better for me. Yeah, somehow Edward is just the best character. What the crap? Time to kill Rosa at long last. Hang on. Let me put on a sword. Sure, whatever. Time to kill Rosa. Ah! Okay, maybe I shouldn't screw around. Kain, stop this! Kain! Yeah, Edward just got jacked off camera. Jesus. He's dead, though. We just killed the best character in the game. So this is what you really want. Edward, you're a white mage. Act like it. That's it. That's exactly it. You know what I would have liked better? And I would have given a positive for? If Edward pulls the what he did, which was good enough that I'm actually still thinking about giving it a positive. And then Kain is like, "Oh, I'll fight you, Edward." And Rose is just sitting there healing him. And Kain just gets more and more angry because he can't push through her healing. Because Kain's like, "Ugh, why won't you die?" Cure. Why won't you die? Cure. That I would have actually liked that. Like, that's Edward's big plan. Come on. Also, why was Rosa just standing there doing nothing? I know the bad guys need to get all the crystals. If you really want to do that, just have frickin' Twitface show up and be Mary Sue again. She's so hot for Kain's bod. That's what this really is. Oh my god, it did it again. I just noticed. Do you see it? Do you see it? Every flippin' time. This game. This game is a trip. Main character out, front and center, let's go. Yep. Just... So the kid is, this is not a joke, objectively the worst character in the game. I think he's just Garbo. He's a bad white mage who's a bad melee. Well, okay, Harley might be worse. I'll give you that. I wasn't thinking about that. That's valid. That's valid. Harley is worse. I would literally take Monk A or B over this twit. Or the ninjas. I would definitely take Kalka and Brina. Those guys are awesome. Listen, we all know Kain is actually Rydia's father, so he can't also be Theodor's father. Although he does feel like the sowing oats kind of guy, doesn't he? Dude, Black Mage carried me. Twice, actually. Once as Porum and once as, Theodore, I believe. Yeah. When Theodore and Kain went through the Devil's Road. In lore, well, he's Rosa and Cecil's son. And he sucks. In lore, too. Like, he's not great. The apple fell far from the tree. Although they both suck so far in this game, so maybe not. Like, you've noticed that, right? Cecil and Rosa are, like, the worst characters in this. Second worst characters. Who can possibly work? The mysterious girl. She's... yeah. Yeah, this game is weirdly long. I don't know the exact numbering, but this has got to be at least twice as long as the original, which is just a strangeness. Because there's so little going on. Yeah, Cecil's best scene so far is when he's an imposter. There's an exit behind the waterfall. Theodore, wait. Oh, come on! We've already fought this! What? In this game! We've already fought this in this game! Oh no, excuse me, it's an Octokraken now. My bad. Okay, we're just, this is our life. Yeah, how many of these freaking Octos are here? What is this? Everything. God, Theodore's speed is so terrible, too. Yeah, no, I'm with you, Stormer Slate. It's just... what in the crap? It's all that lunar magic. That's what it really is. It's made all these octopi. Ah. See if we can manage it solo. Just see it. Oh, there we go. Well, there's some more experience Theodore isn't getting. Jesus Christ. And no, so FF4 After Years, the original After Years, which was the 2009 version, not what we're playing, was actually written by a lot of the writers who worked on FF4 DS. Yay, I leveled. Not on Theodore. If this is how violent the monsters are getting, we must fear the worst. Okay. Could you... yes, you know what? Hang on. Let's just use a tent. Let's just use a tent at this point. Come on, game. No, game! Let me use a tent! Theodore is dead! Theodore is dead! Game! Yeah, we took so damn long. Kane's leaving now. Yeah, I'm not a... It's way too short of a loop. A Baronian airship. We're too late. Yeah. You slept twice, canonically, before you got here. It's been 3 days. Of course, the guy with the airship got here first. And Rosa's just standing there. She's not even bound. She's just... Rosa, you know Holy. Use it! My work in Damcien is done. Farewell, Edward. Cain, you must stop this madness. Me? Ha! Haha, just in time. I said, Enterprise ain't no spring chicken, but she's still got some kick. Just like me, you know? Yeah, seriously. You know what? You know what a skill you do have right now, Rosa? Hold. And slow. You just won't die, will you? Not that it matters now. Rosa is already in my hands. Yeah, so you don't need to kill Cecil, right? Because you kidnapped his girl, and that's how that works, right? Is you won. No? Okay. It's the Enterprise. Sid? Can we change songs finally? Please? Thank you. Hey, it didn't reset my characters. You know what Rosa could have done? Healed Edward when Edward was fighting Cain. Well, actually, hang on. Let's get some loot really quick. If I could be any class in FF, which would I choose? Ooh. So, okay. I'm going to skip the obvious answer because it's too easy. I'm also going to skip any cheating classes, like super classes. Anybody in chat want to jump on that? Go for it. Well, it's just Final Fantasy, so just pick one. Right? Like Red Mage, FF14, for example. Not, say, FF1. Bard. Okay, in fairness, when I was in school and college, I could actually sing quite well. I am a little out of practice now. I could probably get back into it. Dragoon is a hell of a pick. A lot of value there. By the way, the obvious pick is White Mage. Having straight up heals and cures is just too useful to say no to. Like, I could have so much everyday utility from being able to just be like, Bzz. Never mind being able to help anybody in case something actually drastic happens, right? Yeah, speaking of which, Paladin is actually my second thought. A class that outright flies? No. Time Mage would gain access to float. And I guess White Mage can have that in some versions. And of course we have Dragoon, which is kind of a next best thing. The wrong way to use healing magic. Look, Mace. Hi, Mr. Jamie. Oh, I do hope you've been enjoying the terrible, terrible ruminations, for what they're worth. Yeah, Blue Mage could do that too. And Geomancer, it's another valid one. Oh, Theodore, you're alive and in one piece. Peace, Blairdval. Thank the gods above. I was worried about you. Mother, where's Mother? Well, Kane's an idiot and thinks that kidnapping her makes you fall in love with him. I'm sorry, Theodore. I was trying to fight Kane. I thought Rosa would heal me, but she just stood there uselessly. I'm not letting this go. This is so stupid. It's not your fault. I should have stayed with her. What happened to her? She's been taken away, Theodore. Kane took her. What? What? Wait up. Who's this guy? We'll talk later. To the Enterprise. Now! Okay. That's 2 party members who refuse to give their names, who've been on... it's this song again! Who've been on the Enterprise. Kane, why? Well, you see, I have this gigantic boner. I have for 17 years. I've reserved a front row seat for you, Rosa. Now watch as Cecil dies right before your eyes. Yes, that's definitely a way to get a woman to love you, is to murder her husband in front of her. This can't be happening. I've heard so many stories about Kane and his brave deeds, and this is who he turns out to be? Don't worry, Theodore. I doubt he'd ever lay a hand on Rosa. Cecil, on the other hand. My father. Faster. We need to go faster, Sid. Heck is going on here, anyway? Come, Rosa. It's time for the main event. You'll see me walk right up to him and tear him apart, limb from limb. Okay. Why this music? Move it! I've got the crystals, and I've got Rosa, too. Yes, yes. Okay, at least she's finally physically resisting him. For the first time, I feel like adding. Prepare for touchdown. No, sir. I didn't see you play with your dolls again, sir. Good! I like to think that Rosa has also cast slow on him. At this point, I just expect it. Let's make sure we're geared up for this. I think we are already. Yeah, let's do that. I'm coming for you, Cecil. No one may pass. Out of the way. Alright, Sid, I got a real important job for you. Be more useful than Theodore. It shouldn't be hard. He has twice the HP. He's an engineer. He builds airships. Oh my god. I know he's a dwarf, or at least dwarf descendant, but still. Oh god, now we gotta check. Remind me to check to see if Sid has more speed than Theodore does. You know what, Theodore, go on healing duty. Be useful. I don't think Sid is faster. Oh my god. Vinaigrette? Ugh, disgusting, Mr. Red. Yeah, Sid is level 30. Theodore's level 27, Maze. It's not as big of a gap. Alright, speed. Yeah, okay. Sid's at 13. Fine, whatever. I accept. I don't like dressing in general, Mr. Ed. That's the source of that. Finally, I will be released from this hell. Yes, Cecil. I'll be free from you at last. Why did she choose you? I didn't even know about this when I wrote that, I swear. Mother. I have, but it's literally been 15 years, Mr. Ed. And frankly, the only part of it that really stuck with me is the ending. The outro, I should say. You know, the worst part of the game. I like how Rosa just effortlessly gets away when she sees her son. Just, yep. You. Oh, get your lore shocks ready. Found you. Kain? I like how Rosa is the only person who recognizes that that is Kain. He looks just like him. And sounds just like him, because he has the same voice. Yeah, so anyways, lore shock. Kain is, in fact, Kain. So who are you? I am Kain. The real Kain. This pathetic fool's back to shame himself in public for one last time, I see. That's right. Let's settle this once and for all, if that's what it takes, to prove who I really am. Can we help? Like, Theodore and Rosa are both healers. So there's Kain with his lover and their son. It's Ike. That's right. This is my own battle. Okay. Can I have heal? Oh God, Jesus Christ. Well, attack's lowered, so that'll affect both of us. What's the matter? Isn't this what you wanted all along? You wanted Cecil dead, so you could have Rosa for yourself. Stop it. Kane. Rosa. Cecil. Donkey. Oh, ho, ho, that's the first time we've heard this song of this. Literally, this is the first time this song is played in this game. I thought they weren't going to. Even though it's the worst version of this song, I still love this song. Well, okay. Perfect. That's awful what just happened. I guess we now have the answer, Doc Coburn. He's weak to jump. That's appropriate. Yeah, where was he keeping that spirit? You know what, never mind. This is what a Dragoon duel looks like. Jump! 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 Have you ever seen the game Dive Kick? Because that's what we're playing right now. A game with a surprising amount of strategy to it. Like you wouldn't expect it. For the record, I was really good at Dive Kick. As the super fat guy, I don't remember what his name was. Ditto push-ups. Or actually, no, this is my second favorite, excuse me. Sorry. I prefer the originals in both cases, but there's been some good mixes over the years. You. I am ready to accept you now. Now to beat the snot out of you. You. I am you. I am what you really feel deep down in your heart. Wait. I am thou. Thou. Oh, he's dead. Why? I've been held back all this time by the past. You see, when I was an orphan, I had to beat up other orphans and drink their tears for sustenance. I thought those days had to be buried for good. That solved a little. My past is as much a part of me as any part of my body. The happiness, the sadness, the hatred. Stop, no. I'm not here to deny your right to exist. Hey. Calm down. You're not going to die. What? You're part of me, too. Rosa. quit. Oh, hey, and there's 3 of the crystals. Water, wind, and fire. Yes, this is justice. That voice, so familiar. Please, my sons. But I'm not... Okay, whatever. So then Kain gets to be the most badass version of Kain ever. I don't even want to hear it. Holy Dragoon is awesome. Yeah, he's also death now. Just, yeah. He's a carry. It's like a paladin. Kain. Rosa. I'm sorry I tried to murder your husband and, you know, abscond with you. For all this time, you're finally back. Yes, I am here for you once more. Oh, Hey, it's Cecil. And, well, her. Welcome back. I'm glad to see you all. Theodore, Rosa, Sid. And most of all, Kain. Cecil. Not Cecil. Not Clayton. Yeah, of course they end right there. Okay, now that it's like 15 minutes into my lunch break, I'm gonna go take a lunch break. But as you can see, I only have 2 more. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab lunch. I'll see you guys.